In the long catalog of things Europeans assumed they'd invented, civilization, plumbing, art, and the tendency to talk about themselves, there sits a peculiar case of an entire society, gloriously sophisticated and utterly forgotten, that predates them by over 1,000 years. It lived on an island. It had writing. It traded wine, worshipped goddesses, and engineered buildings so advanced that most Romans would have considered them witchcraft. This society was so advanced, so artistic, so annoyingly impressive that it was presumed to be mythical. Until, of course, someone with the appropriate hat came along to make it real. Arthur Evans was not, strictly speaking, an archaeologist in the professional sense. He was more the Edwardian equivalent of a mythological influencer. A polymath, polyglot, and part-time museum curator, Evans came equipped not only with an Oxford degree and a gentleman's allowance, but also with an unshakable conviction that the Greeks had borrowed a great deal more from earlier civilizations than they liked to admit. He had read Homer, pored over Thucydides, and was certain that buried beneath the dust of history was the origin point of something far older and far grander than the well-trod tales of Sparta and Athens. Crete, to Evans, was more than a holiday island. It was, quite possibly, the site of the labyrinth, the twisting architectural enigma that once housed the Minotaur. And Knossos, a low hill outside modern Heraklion, where a local named Minos Kalokairinos had previously unearthed enormous storage jars and remnants of masonry, was the likeliest place to begin. Evans did not dither. He bought the site, hired a team, and got to digging. And what he found made Victorian jaws drop faster than a sack of amphorae down a stairwell. Beneath the surface lay the ruins of a sprawling palace complex, bewildering in scale and complexity. There were staircases that led both somewhere and nowhere, corridors that doubled back like confused snakes, storerooms lined with pithoi, massive ceramic jars the size of small bathtubs, many still bearing the residue of ancient oil and wine. Rooms were frescoed, floors paved, and walls fitted with decorative pillars unlike any in the mainland Greek canon. The design was not militaristic. There were no battlements, no citadel walls. It was not a fortress, it was a statement. A monument to something, grandeur, maybe, or administration, or the world's earliest manifestation of an overfunded public works project. Evans, understandably ecstatic, named it the Palace of Minos, after the semi-mythical king of Crete, part tyrant, part judge, and according to later legend, part ghost. From that moment onward, the civilization that built it became the Minoans, a name entirely invented by Evans and now universally accepted, despite its origin being rooted in mythology rather than any actual Minoan word. We still don't know what they called themselves, possibly something as grand as Sons of the Earth, or as disappointingly bureaucratic as People of Olive Inventory, Form B. His naming rights did not end there. Everything within the site was baptized with Homeric flourish. Rooms were labeled the Queen's Megaron, the Hall of the Double Axes, and the Throne Room, though no one could be quite sure which room had done what. That didn't matter. Evans wasn't cataloging an archaeological site, he was conducting a seance. And when you're trying to resurrect a forgotten world, a little imagination goes a long way. It must be said, however, that Evans was not simply a romantic, he was a renovator. Where ancient stones had collapsed, he ordered modern materials be brought in. Pillars were reconstructed with reinforced concrete. Missing frescoes were completed by enthusiastic artists who had the good fortune of being fluent in both pigment and guesswork. The most famous example, the so-called Prince of the Lilies, a dashing figure with a wasp waist and blooming headgear, was assembled from fragments found in different parts of the palace with no firm proof that they belonged together. It is entirely possible that the Minoan prince never existed, or if he did, he was not quite so handsome and probably allergic to lilies. Evans did not mind. He was in the grip of a vision. To him, the Palace of Knossos was the labyrinth. The twisting corridors were not just architectural choices, they were myth-made stone. The bull-horned symbols carved into walls and altars? Proof of a bull cult, surely the origin of the Minotaur legend. And the art, Those acrobats sailing over bulls in midair were not just sporting events. They were rituals, performances, possibly even initiations into sacred knowledge, or maybe just really dangerous hobbies. The labyrinth itself, the word, comes from labres, the double-headed axe, a sacred Minoan symbol found all over the palace. It adorned pillars, shrines, and pottery. Its very shape was revered. If one were to define a house by the symbol that filled it, then the palace was indeed the house of the double axe, or in ancient Greek, labyrinthos. This etymological tidbit, combined with the palace's overwhelming complexity, was enough for Evans to feel satisfied that myth and history had shaken hands and agreed to share the real estate. But even Evans's romanticism had its limits. While he adored the idea of Crete being the font of Greek myth, he refused to accept that these Minoans could possibly be Greek themselves. The language on the tablets, rendered in an undeciphered script he labeled Linear A, bore no resemblance to any known Greek dialect. He was adamant that the Minoans were a pre-Greek people, perhaps from Anatolia, perhaps from Atlantis, perhaps even Martian, so long as they weren't mainland Greeks with delusions of culture. His insistence would one day be disproven in spectacular fashion. But for the moment, the stage belonged to Evans and the Maenyan paradise he had conjured. A world of dancing priestesses, dolphin-painted walls, and airy courtyards where people sipped wine and discussed trade agreements in undeciphered languages. A society without armies, without fortresses, and most miraculously, without even the faintest hint of a spreadsheet error. This was, he claimed, a civilization built on peace. There were no depictions of battle, no walls, no arms stockpiles. It was an Eden of aesthetics. A dream of egalitarianism in linen skirts and gold jewelry. He called it the Pax Minoica, the Minoan peace, and he believed it wholeheartedly. To modern eyes, of course, this interpretation is deeply optimistic, bordering on naive. One needn't be a cynic to wonder whether a lack of fortifications means peace or simply confidence in one's navy, or possibly a good deal of trade leverage with pirates. And frescoes, lovely as they are, rarely depict tax evasion, social stratification, or inter-palace rivalry. Still, Evans had created something invaluable, a frame. A mythological, architectural, and archaeological frame into which we could place a civilization that had been utterly unknown for 3,000 years. And even if he occasionally adjusted the picture to better fit the frame, his achievement remains colossal. As for the Minoans themselves, their world was only beginning to unfold. Their palaces stretched not just across Knossos, but Phaistos, Malaya, Zakros, and elsewhere. Their goods turned up in Egyptian tombs, Levantine ports, and Cypriot temples. Their ships plied the Aegean, their art spread like gossip, and their goddesses looked down from painted walls with serene indifference to the fact that no one remembered their names. For now, it was enough to know that they had existed, in vibrant color, in complex architecture, in strange rituals and stranger scripts. They were not a prelude. They were not a prototype. They were the real, glittering, extraordinary thing. And they had flushing toilets. The longer one lingers in the halls of Knossos, whether physically or imaginatively, the more a peculiar feeling begins to settle in. It is not awe nor curiosity, but something more specific: envy. One begins to suspect that the Minoans may have figured it out. Not just how to build elaborate palaces with open-air light wells and earthquake-resistant architecture, not just how to master seafaring, craft luxury goods, or invent writing systems, but something deeper. The whole layout of their civilization seems to hum with a strange self-assurance, as though they understood how to be human in a way the rest of us have been fumbling with ever since. It is the kind of civilization where every stairway is lit by natural sunlight, where the plumbing works with gravity, and the walls are painted with joy. And not joy as propaganda, see every grinning statue of Stalin, but actual effervescent celebration. Dolphins, monkeys, flowers, bull leapers, mid-flight. The Minoans didn't just endure nature, they danced with it. Nowhere is this clearer than in their art. The frescoes, those vibrant, plaster-painted murals adorning the walls of palaces, are perhaps the most eloquent expressions of Minoan culture we possess. They are, in equal measure, sensual, naturalistic, and exuberantly weird. In one, we see a dolphin leaping through blue water, surrounded by smaller fish that shimmer like confetti. In another, a woman with exquisitely curled hair and a wasp waist, her bodice cut fashionably low to expose her breasts, offers a spray of saffron to some unseen deity. The women appear as priestesses or dancers, or perhaps both. Their arms raised in praise or mid-gesture, skirts flared like blooming flowers. They are both sacred and stylish. There is a grace to Minoan art that sets it apart from the stiffer conventions of Egypt, the gloom of Mesopotamia, or even the sometimes frenetic motion of later Greek vase painting. The Minoans paint as if they are floating, as if gravity and geometry were simply suggestions rather than constraints. There is little attempt to enforce symmetry or perspective, but a great deal of effort goes into capturing energy. The tilt of a neck, the leap of a bull, the breeze on a lily. One cannot help but notice the near absence of violence. Minoan art, unlike that of the Assyrians who adored nothing more than a good massacre in stone, does not gloat. There are no spears, no decapitations, no noble kings smiting their enemies. If the Minoans had wars, they did not see fit to paint them. Instead, they painted sport, and what sport it was. Ah yes, bull leaping. The single most Minoan thing ever invented, narrowly beating out snake-waving priestesses and double-headed axe carvings that may or may not represent state power. Picture this. In the central courtyard of a Minoan palace, before a rapt audience of nobles, traders, and teenagers pretending to be nobles or traders, a young man or woman sprints toward a charging bull, grabs it by the horns, and is catapulted into the air, flipping mid-spin and landing, one hopes, gracefully on the other side. The frescoes make it look effortless. But then again, so does Olympic gymnastics. The question is not whether it happened, the depictions are numerous and vivid, but why? Was it religious? Almost certainly. Was it entertainment? Possibly. Was it a rite of passage, a way of showing courage and finesse in equal measure? That seems likely. And did people die doing it? Absolutely yes. To later Greeks, who had a knack for turning ritual into myth, the practice of bull leaping must have sounded suspiciously similar to being thrown into a labyrinth to face a bull-headed monster. Thus, the myth of the Minotaur may well be a distant, distorted echo of a very real spectacle. And this brings us back to one of the most recurring motifs of Minoan life, the bull. It was not merely an animal, but an icon. Bulls appear on frescoes, seal rings, sculptures, and in symbolic form, most notably as the horns of consecration, those curving stone structures that adorned palace rooftops and shrines. The bull, in Minoan culture, was power, fertility, sacrifice, and quite possibly a stand-in for the divine. Which raises a tantalizing question: what did the Minoans believe? Their religion, though still wrapped in mystery, gives every indication of being profoundly spiritual, exuberantly symbolic, and possibly matriarchal. At the heart of it all is the figure dubbed, by Evans, of course, the snake goddess. She is small in stature, carved from faience, but unmistakably powerful. She holds serpents in both hands, stares ahead with wide, unblinking eyes, and wears a tiered skirt with the sort of confidence usually reserved for runway models. Her bosom is bared, but not in the lascivious fashion the Victorians imagined. No, she is the very image of earthbound power, raw and ritualistic. She is nature, fertility, wisdom, danger, motherhood, and rebirth all rolled into one. Serpents, for the Minoans, were not sinister. They were sacred, symbols of the underworld, of transformation, of life uncoiling from the earth. In the hands of the snake goddess, they are not threats but extensions, coiling tendrils of control and harmony. It is hard not to romanticize, and perhaps we shouldn't resist. For the truth is, no matter how academic we try to be, no matter how many pottery shards we count or stratigraphic layers we chart, there is something bewitching about the Minoan vision of the divine. Their sanctuaries were built on mountaintops and in caves, not temples. These were places where one might feel close to the raw forces of nature: clouds, storms, dripping rock, and flickering torchlight. They placed offerings on altars of stone beside horns and axes, among fig trees and running springs. Their gods were not hidden behind veils and walls, but danced in the open air and the primal dark. Was the snake goddess a deity or a priestess? Were there many gods or one? Did they believe in an afterlife, in retribution, in the transmigration of souls? We do not know. Their language, Linear A, has stubbornly resisted every decipherment attempt. It is as though the Minoans are whispering to us through stone and image, but keeping their final secret tucked behind their painted lips. Yet some things shine through. The visual prominence of women in ritual scenes is not a scholarly bias, it is archaeological fact. Women dominate the frescoes, the figurines, and the symbols. They are leaders, not followers. One fresco shows a procession of elaborately dressed women moving in sacred unison. Another shows a female figure, taller than those around her, holding court beneath sacred symbols. In nearly every representation, it is women who seem to mediate between the mortal and the divine. This has led many scholars, Evans among them, to speculate that Minoan religion centered around a great goddess, possibly with male consorts or subsidiary gods, but with divine femininity as the axis of the cosmological wheel. Not that men were absent. Frescoes depict male dancers, athletes, and possibly priests. But there is no clear image of a Minoan king, no warrior posing atop a pile of enemies, no pharaoh or emperor with inscriptions boasting of conquest. If power was held by a man, it was not flaunted. If queens reigned, they left no statues of themselves. This is where the archaeology tilts into philosophy. For the Minoans seem to have constructed a world where power did not need spectacle, where ritual meant more than war, and where the aesthetic was not decoration but declaration. Their palaces reflect this too. Knossos is not a fortress. Its layout is not defensible. It is ceremonial. Grand courtyards suggest public gatherings. Elevated halls imply processions. Storage magazines hint at redistributive economies, where goods were collected and dispersed by central authorities, perhaps as offerings, perhaps as taxes, possibly both. The economy itself seems to have been based on agriculture, trade, and craft, all coordinated through the palace complexes. Massive quantities of oil, grain, and wine were stored, labeled, and perhaps sent abroad. Minoan pottery has been found in Egypt, the Levant, Cyprus, and even Italy. Evidence of a maritime trading network that rivals anything in the pre-classical world. Their ships, depicted on seals and frescoes, were elegant and swift. They had double masts, decorated hulls, and could clearly handle the choppy tantrums of the Aegean. The sea to the Minoans was not a barrier, but a road. They were, in the truest sense, a thalassocracy, a sea power that controlled trade routes, colonies, and cultural influence not through swords, but sails. It is this wide reach that explains why Minoan influence appears far beyond Crete. Frescoes painted in Egyptian palaces mimic Minoan style. In the Cyclades, Minoan goods and practices flourish. On Thera, modern Santorini, a Minoan town called Akrotiri blooms with multi-story houses, indoor plumbing, and more frescoes. Monkeys this time clambering around tropical gardens with joyful abandon. This was not just a civilization, it was a vibe. And like any good vibe, it could only last so long. Long before the frescoes and snake goddesses and administrative jars the size of refrigerators, before Knossos swelled into its labyrinthian glory, the island of Crete had already begun its slow turn toward greatness. The first humans arrived not as conquerors, but as farmers, seafaring Neolithic peoples from Anatolia or the Levant, who paddled over with sheep, barley, and some optimistic ceramic pots. By 7000 BCE, they were planting wheat in the Cretan soil and raising goats in the hills. By 3000 BCE, that quiet agricultural life began to evolve. Trade routes multiplied, settlements expanded, bronze arrived, gleaming and game-changing, and soon there was metallurgy, pottery workshops, and the first whiff of bureaucracy. What followed was a 1,000-year crescendo. The scattered villages became towns, the towns, cities, and sometime around 1900 BCE, the first palaces rose. These were the old palaces, or proto-palatial complexes at Knossos, Phaistos, Malaya, enormous central hubs that combined storage, ceremony, administration, and elite residence into one gloriously unfortified package. But Bronze Age history, like Greek tragedy, likes to build toward a fall. Around 1700 BCE, the palaces were destroyed, whether by earthquake, Crete being perched on a tectonic temper tantrum of a region, by fire, or by internal unrest. The Minoans suffered a civilizational stutter. The rubble, however, was not the end. It was merely the prelude to their golden age. They rebuilt, and better. What came next, Neopalatial Crete, was the peak. From 1700 to 1450 BCE, the Minoans unfurled their full brilliance. The palaces were larger, the frescoes more intricate, the bureaucracy more pedantic. Trade boomed, pottery got fancier. The goddesses, painted, sculpted, and revered, stood taller. Minoan ships reached farther. The island glowed with prosperity. But every golden age eventually gets a crack. This one began with a bang, a literal volcanic bang. North of Crete lies the island of Thera, now known as Santorini, charming crescent of whitewashed villages, blue domes, and volcano tourism. In the Bronze Age, it was a thriving Minoan outpost. The city of Akrotiri, buried beneath volcanic ash, shows the same multi-story homes, plumbing systems, and wall art as Knossos, only better preserved like a Cycladic Pompeii in stasis. Then, sometime between 1600 and 1500 BCE, the volcano erupted. And not politely, mind you, not a hiccup, a cataclysm. The Thera eruption was one of the most powerful volcanic events in human history. It ejected something like 100 cubic kilometers of material into the atmosphere. Ash clouds darkened skies across the eastern Mediterranean. Tsunamis, hundreds of feet high, would have smashed into Crete's northern coast, annihilating harbors, ships, villages, and fields. Crops failed, trade halted, the climate hiccuped. The Minoans, who had so carefully balanced their civilization on the twin pillars of sea trade and sacred land, were gutted. And then the Mycenaeans showed up. They had been lurking on the Greek mainland all along, watching, learning, borrowing, and sharpening their swords. Their palaces, at Mycenae, Tiryns, Pylos, were less artistic but more fortifiable. Their art leaned toward the bellicose. They liked warriors, chariots, conquests. They had the helmets. They had the grim disposition, and now they had the opportunity. Around 1450 BCE, archaeological layers across Crete show widespread destruction. The palaces at Malea, Phaistos, and Zakros were burned or abandoned. Only Knossos remained, operational but different. The language on the tablets changes. Linear A, the mysterious Minoan script, disappears. Linear B, a Mycenaean Greek syllabary, takes its place. The gods listed on the tablets begin to resemble the Olympians we would come to know. Diwija, Zeus, Potnia, the mistress, Poseidaon, Poseidon. The tone shifts, the vibe darkens. Whether the Mycenaeans invaded violently, installed themselves gently, or simply moved in after a collapse is debated. But by the end of the 15th century BCE, the Minoans were no longer in charge of their own island. And still, Knossos persisted. For a time, the Mycenaeans ran it as an administrative hub, issuing tablets, collecting grain, and continuing the traditions of storage, sacrifice, and ceremony, albeit in a slightly more Spartan mood. Then, around 1375 BCE, Knossos too was destroyed. No one rebuilt it. By 1100 BCE, the palace culture of Crete had vanished. The script was forgotten. The frescoes faded. The plumbing stopped flushing. It was not an extinction exactly. Minoan blood, customs, and ideas surely lived on in the mixed peoples of Crete, but as a civilization, the Minoans ceased to exist. Which begs the question, did they go quietly? That depends on whom you ask. Archaeologists have found hints, just hints, of darker undercurrents in Minoan life. At a sanctuary called Animosplia, excavators discovered 3 human skeletons, one of which lay atop a stone platform. One of the others had suffered a blow to the pelvis, possibly from a knife. Nearby lay a bronze blade, and the building had been destroyed by an earthquake. Some scholars have argued this was a human sacrifice, caught in the act by tectonic fate, a last-ditch offering to calm angry gods perhaps. Others remain skeptical, citing burial collapse, coincidence, and the ever-present risk of reading too much into scattered bones. But the myths persist. The Greeks remembered Crete as a place of sacrifice. Every year, or every 9 years, they said, King Minos demanded 7 Athenian youths and 7 maidens to be thrown into the labyrinth and devoured by the Minotaur. A myth, surely. And yet, echoes. Perhaps during the worst years after the eruption, when the skies were dark and the seas rose and the priests panicked, desperate rites were performed. Perhaps there were moments when the island's famed peace gave way to something primal. Perhaps the labyrinth held secrets no fresco ever dared show, but myth is not fact. It is sediment. Layers of truth and metaphor fused under the weight of time. And if myth was the afterlife of Minoan civilization, then it was a glorious reincarnation. Because though the Minoans disappeared, they were never forgotten. The Greeks remembered Minos, not as a king, but as a judge of the dead. One of 3 kings who stood at the gates of Hades, weighing the souls of mortals, a stern but fair arbiter of the afterlife. His name lived on not just as a person, but as an office. They remembered Daedalus, the architect of the labyrinth, the brilliant mind who constructed both palace and prison. They remembered Icarus, his son, and his fatal flirtation with altitude. They remembered Ariadne, daughter of Minos, who gave the hero Theseus a ball of thread, the only way to escape the labyrinth, her cleverness, her betrayal, her abandonment on Naxos, and her marriage to Dionysus, the god of wine and frenzy. She became a goddess herself, a Cretan, immortalized. They remembered the Minotaur, the monstrous result of Poseidon's punishment, half man, half beast, condemned to wander his maze until killed. A metaphor? A memory? A mangled ritual transformed into a fable? Perhaps all. Even Zeus, king of the Olympians, was remembered as having been born in a cave on Crete, hidden by his mother Rhea from Kronos, his father who had a disturbing habit of eating his children. In that cave, the Curetes danced and clashed spears to drown out his infant cries. Crete, in Greek memory, was a place of origins, birthplace of gods, home of monsters, stage of trials. Even Atlantis, the fabled island that sank beneath the sea in a single day and night, may owe something to Thera, to the Minoans, to a civilization drowned in ash and myth. Their language was lost, their names erased, but their stories absorbed, retold, transfigured. They were the prelude to Greece, the mother beneath the daughter, the civilization that taught the Mycenaeans to write, the Greeks to trade, and the world to wonder what came before. And perhaps that's the best kind of immortality. Not to last forever, but to echo forever. Through myths, through ruins, through dolphins leaping, bulls charging, and goddesses holding snakes like emblems of the world they ruled. We leave Crete now, labyrinth behind us, Ariadne's thread trailing in our wake, and turn toward the mainland. There, another kingdom rises, one of gold masks and lion gates and tragic poems. One that remembered the Minoans only as myth and used that memory to build something new. But that is another chapter. And this one ends not with a fall, but with a flourish. A pirouette in midair, a leap over the bull, a civilization that flew and didn't fall until it had already taught the world how to build wings. It is a curious thing about lost civilizations that they never truly vanish. They linger like the aftertaste of a grand meal or the perfume of someone long gone. The ruins may crumble, their scripts may fall silent, but their names, or at least the story stitched to their names, refuse to lie down. One such name, embroidered in gold and song, is Mycenae. To later Greeks, Mycenae was a place of ancient horror and grandeur, the seat of mighty kings and even mightier curses. It was here that Agamemnon, that brooding, beardy generalissimo of the Trojan War, once reigned. The same Agamemnon who sailed 1,000 ships, who sacrificed his daughter to gain wind for Troy, who returned victorious only to be murdered in his bath by a wife with murder in her heart and an axe in her hand. delightful place. But by the time the classical Greeks, those tunic-wearing philosophers and dramatists, came to ponder Mycenae, it was already in ruins. Towering stone walls encircled empty spaces, tombs yawned silently beneath the ground, and still the aura of power clung to it, like ivy on old stone. They called it Cyclopean, for surely only one-eyed giants could have lifted such blocks. What mortal hands could have built this fortress? And more pressing still, where did it all go? Now, fast forward to the 19th century. Into this misty legend steps a man named Heinrich Schliemann, German, fabulously wealthy, and possessed of an ego that could have filled the entire Aegean. He was a merchant, linguist, compulsive liar, and an amateur archaeologist of the most theatrical variety. He also happened to believe, with an almost childlike sincerity, that Homer wasn't merely poetry. He was a historian. Schliemann was convinced that the Iliad and the Odyssey were as factual as a police report. He took Homer as a travel guide and set out to locate the real Troy. And because the gods are sometimes in a mischievous mood, he more or less did, but before he turned his full madness toward Troy, he set his sights on Mycenae. Armed with pickaxes, workmen, and a copy of Pausanias, the ancient Greek travel writer, Schliemann began excavating a curious hill in the Argolid Peninsula in 1876, and within that hill, quite literally, he struck gold. Underneath layers of dirt, Schliemann uncovered a cluster of shaft graves, deep vertical tombs aligned with stone and sealed with slabs containing the skeletal remains of warriors buried with their arms, armor, and what can only be described as an unreasonable amount of gold. Diadems, goblets, necklaces, dagger hilts inlaid with amber and lapis lazuli, and most famously, a gleaming death mask crafted from hammered sheet gold. It was exquisite. It was haunting. It had a mustache. "I have gazed upon the face of Agamemnon," Schliemann declared, as if he'd been expecting him. In truth, the mask was from around 1550 BCE, several centuries before any Trojan War. Agamemnon, if he ever existed at all, would not have looked anything like the gold-faced gentleman in the shaft, but facts were trifles to Schliemann. He wasn't digging for pottery shards, he was resurrecting epic. Now, to be fair, even if he got the names wrong, he wasn't entirely wrong. The graves he uncovered were part of what we now call Grave Circle A, the royal burial site of an early Mycenaean ruling elite. These men weren't Homeric heroes, but they were something just as interesting. The first Greeks to strut onto the world stage with a taste for gold and conquest. Around the time these men were laid to rest, circa 1600 BCE, the Greek mainland was stirring from the Neolithic doldrums. Until then, it had been a region of humble farming villages, huddled near rivers and hilltops, mostly minding their own business. But then, something began to change. Contacts with Crete, that luscious, labyrinthine island to the south, grew more frequent. Minoan traders arrived in sleek ships, bringing with them not just goods but ideas. Writing, art, palatial architecture, and the attitude that life should be adorned in color. The locals on the mainland, let's call them Proto-Mycenaeans, took notes. They saw what the Cretans had built and said, "We'll have that, but with more spears and fewer dolphins." Soon, the hill of Mycenae wasn't just a hill, it was a citadel. Walls rose from the earth, thick and formidable, built with limestone blocks the size of small automobiles. They called them Cyclopean, and they weren't exaggerating. These walls weren't so much built as willed into being. And behind those walls, a new kind of society was taking shape. At its center was a warrior king, Wanax, in the Mycenaean tongue, surrounded by lords and retainers, chariot fighters, and scribes. The shaft graves gave way to more grandiose tholos tombs, beehive-shaped burial chambers carved into hillsides and hidden behind dromos, long passageways. The living built for the dead with the kind of devotion that suggests a deep reverence or a very active sense of dynastic insecurity. Grave Circle A was eventually absorbed into the walls of the citadel itself, a symbolic act that declared, quite literally, "Our ancestors are the foundations of our power. In other words, we rule because our dead still watch." The kingdom of Mycenae grew rich. We know this not just from the gold in their graves, but from the sheer breadth of their trade. Mycenaean pottery has been found in Egypt, in Anatolia, in Cyprus, and as far west as Sicily. These were not shy Greeks, these were Greeks with ambition and boats. And Mycenae was not alone. Across the Greek mainland, other centers began to echo its rise. Tyrannus, with its impossibly stout walls, Pylos, whose palace would one day yield tablets preserving the names of gods and pigs alike, Thebes, not yet tragic, but already mighty, and Athens, still a hilltop with pretensions, but already laying down roots. Together, these city-states, or rather palace-states, formed a constellation of power across the land, each ruled by its own wanax, each competing, trading, feuding, and possibly plotting against the others. They were a society of warlords and scribes, of engineers and priests, of master builders and master storytellers. And like their Cretan cousins, they began to construct palaces. Not Minoan palaces, airy and open, but Mycenaean ones, more fortress than festival, designed as much for protection as for pomp. At the heart of every palace lay the megaron, the grand hall. Picture it, a rectangular chamber with a central hearth, 4 pillars rising to a vented roof, painted walls, and a throne set against one side. This was where the wanax held court, performed rituals, received tribute, and perhaps bellowed commands at trembling underlings. It was both temple and audience chamber, a space of power, performance, and prestige. Outside the palace were storehouses, workshops, quarters for scribes, priests, guards, and functionaries. The Mycenaeans had a palace economy, meaning everything flowed through the palace. Goods were brought in, tallied, stored, and redistributed. Taxes, in the form of grain, livestock, textiles, and oil, were collected. The palace was both government and granary. This all sounds rather dull, until you realize that the system worked well enough to produce not only stability and prosperity, but a level of bureaucratic detail that would make modern accountants weep with envy. We know this because the Mycenaeans, in their dusty pragmatism, kept records. In their palaces, scribes used styluses to inscribe linear B script onto damp clay tablets. These tablets were never meant to last. They were temporary memos, fired only when the palace burned, as they so often eventually did, but lucky for us, fire is nature's accidental archivist. These tablets, when deciphered in the 1950s, turned out to be Greek. Not the lyrical Greek of Homer, but a terse, no-nonsense Proto-Greek used to record oxen, wool, and wine rations. We find mentions of gods and rituals, yes, but mostly it's ledgers, inventories, and distribution lists. The Greeks, it seems, were bureaucrats long before they were philosophers. And then there were the weapons. Because for all their refinement and accounting prowess, the Mycenaeans were, at their core, warrior kings. Their world was built on strength, defended by spears and chariots, glorified by tales of combat. Their tombs are filled with swords, some ceremonial, some very much used. Their art shows duels, hunting, and chariots careening across the battlefield. Their architecture is defensive, their politics territorial, and their gods, well, their gods are watching it all with some interest and no small amount of wine. They took the beauty of Minoan culture and gave it a helmet. They would build kingdoms, they would raid Troy, and then, like all golden ages, they would fall. But not quite yet. The age of Mycenae had only begun to bare its bronze-clad teeth. If you had wandered into a Mycenaean palace at its height, say around 1250 BCE, you would not have encountered philosophers debating the nature of justice, nor gymnasiums of olive-oiled men reciting Homer, not least because Homer hadn't been born and would be scandalized by the sight of men flinging javelins without any accompanying funeral. No, you would find something rather more practical, an absolute avalanche of administration. The Mycenaean world was an accountant's fever dream. Behind those cyclopean walls of Mycenae, Pylos, Tyrannus, and Thebes sat entire bureaucracies of clay-toting scribes, scratching away with styluses on palm-sized tablets, capturing the daily minutiae of a kingdom run with the rigor of a tax office. And it wasn't just scribbles, it was Linear B, the very first recorded form of the Greek language. Linear B, as scripts go, is functional to the point of monotony. It's not poetic, it's not philosophical. It is not particularly good at nuance or metaphor. What it is, however, is fantastically informative. With its 90 or so symbols, each representing a syllable, it allowed scribes to log everything from wheat rations to perfume production. The scribes didn't waste breath on flourish. They recorded inventories of wine, amphorae. They listed the names of slaves, some foreign, some local, the number of sheep each shepherd oversaw, the quantities of wool sent to different weaving workshops, and, my personal favorite, the exact number of unbroken chariot wheels in storage. This was not a culture speculating on metaphysics, this was a culture ensuring no one pinched a cart axle. At Pylos alone, over 1,000 linear B tablets have been found. Pylos, mind you, was the kingdom ruled, according to Homer, who always has a few ideas, by Nestor, the silver-tongued war veteran who advised everyone to behave and whom everyone cheerfully ignored. In real life, Pylos was a coastal palace state with some of the best preserved administrative records in Bronze Age Greece. Here, we find a palace humming with industry, textile production, bronze smelting, livestock management, and religious offerings, duly recorded of course. A tablet might read, in translation, "To Poseidon, 1 jar of honey." Another, 10 oxen for a feast at the shrine of Potnia. Potnia, meaning mistress or lady, may have been an early form of a mother goddess, or a title for several deities, perhaps precursors to Demeter, Artemis, or even Athena. Either way, she got her oxen. But Pylos wasn't alone in its cultic bookkeeping. The gods of Olympus had already begun to receive tributes long before Hesiod started genealogizing their marital squabbles. In fact, most of the big names from Greek mythology appear in these early palace records. Zeus, Poseidon, Hera, Hermes, even a shadowy Dionysus who probably hadn't yet invented theater but was already sniffing around the wine vats. In some places, Poseidon appears to be the headliner. One wonders if Zeus was still adjusting to Olympus and hadn't yet sorted out his marketing. The gods in these early records were not yet the full-blown personalities of the later myths. They're not flinging thunderbolts or seducing livestock. They are recipients of rations. They get grain, wine, and livestock. That's it. They were divine stakeholders in the palace economy, expected to keep their storms and earthquakes to themselves as long as they received appropriate tribute. It was all very transactional. Sacrifices weren't necessarily born of faith or love, but of insurance. Don't anger the gods, the tablets, whisper, especially when you've just laid out half a year's income in bronze for spear tips. And that brings us to another defining feature of the Mycenaean world: the business of war. To understand Mycenaean geopolitics, one must shed the image of a united Greece. There was no Greece in any meaningful sense. There were competing palace states, each ruled by its own wanax, each presiding over their slice of territory like mob bosses with more limestone and fewer cigars. These kings may have allied at times, particularly when a shared opportunity presented itself across the Aegean, but mostly they jostled, spied, and occasionally smashed each other's heads in. The architecture of Mycenaean palaces reflects a world that assumed danger was a given. Fortifications weren't just defensive, they were statements. Walls 10 meters thick, built with stones too large to move without supernatural aid, hence the Cyclopes again, encircled their palaces like grim wedding rings. Pylos is an exception. Oddly unfortified, as if its king believed sheer charisma and an intimidating guest list would deter invasion. Everywhere else, the mood was fortify or die. Mycenae's lion gate, flanked by massive lions rearing over a column, was both architectural flourish and a big middle finger to enemies. Come if you dare, but don't forget, we eat lions for breakfast. War was not an occasional undertaking, it was a way of life. The linear B tablets speak of weapon distribution, of watchmen at the coast, and even of emergency plans. Tablets listing who should be summoned and what to stockpile when trouble inevitably arrived. Some tablets record the locations of sentries, others mention bronze ingots assigned to armorers. You can almost hear the grinding of swords in the storerooms, the fitting of chariot wheels, the whispered urgency of officials preparing for a storm no one could yet see, but everyone suspected was coming. The Mycenaean elite class, those buried with gold masks and inlaid daggers, were not thinkers or lawmakers. They were warrior aristocrats. Their legitimacy was tied to martial success and the ability to protect or expand territory. They maintained chariot fleets, stockpiled spears and shields, and ruled not by divine right, but by force, backed by divine favor. This was an age where the wanax was expected to command from the front, not the throne room. Kings were doers, not delegators. And war, it turns out, was not merely a pastime, it was also a conduit for myth. Because all this growing power, all this hoarding of gold, bronze, and land was bound to burst into something grander. A spark was needed. Something to unify the fractious kings, to test their mettle, and to inspire generations of poets to come. And that spark would be Troy. But before Achilles sulks, before Helen weeps, before Odysseus strings his bow, there is one last look at the peak. For in the late 13th century, BCE, the Mycenaean world reached its maximum splendor. Palaces were expanding, Mycenae itself underwent renovations, adding even more walls, an elaborately fortified cistern for water in case of siege, and new tombs with spiraling dromoi carved into the rock. Tyrants built fortifications so thick they seem obscene. Engineers tackled major infrastructure projects, roads to connect key cities, drainage systems to reclaim farmland. Lake Copais was drained with ditches and dikes that wouldn't look out of place in a Roman aqueduct blueprint, and grain storage designed to feed not just towns, but armies. Mycenaean pottery turned up in Levantine ports. Gold rings with Minoan motifs were traded as prestige goods. Even Egyptian tombs of the 18th and 19th dynasties include depictions of tall, bearded, well-dressed foreigners, interpreted by some scholars as Mycenaean envoys, complete with elaborate tunics and the sort of swagger you'd expect from men representing kings who buried themselves in golden beehives. From their rocky citadels, the Wanakes looked out over a world they believed they controlled. Their gods were fed, their scribes were busy, their walls were high, and their fleets were ready. But Mycenaean prosperity, like any good Greek tragedy, was never built to last. Chariots rust, gods grow fickle, and sometimes all it takes is a quarrel over a beautiful woman to bring the house down. The kings would soon march across the sea, 1,000 ships, the poets would say, an empire of warlords sailing to Troy, and knowingly, or not, to the end of their world. When a civilization reaches its crescendo, when its walls are highest, its kings richest, and its wine most generously poured, it rarely pauses to ask, what next? Certainly the Mycenaeans did not. With their spear-toting aristocrats, brimming storehouses, and scribes inscribing neat little odes to olive oil quotas, they were far too busy being magnificent. And then someone kidnapped a Spartan queen. Well, possibly. The details are, as with all ancient wars, blurry. But if you were a bard several hundred years later, you might say that a Trojan prince named Paris seduced, stole, or spirited away Helen, the most beautiful woman in the world and wife to Menelaus, king of Sparta. Menelaus, furious and humiliated, never a good combination in a Bronze Age warlord, called upon his brother Agamemnon, High King of Mycenae, the greatest of the Wanakes, who would not say no to an excuse for naval carnage and extended plundering. A pact of kings was summoned. They gathered, apparently at Aulis, under tense and bad tempers. Odysseus was dragged from his domestic bliss on Ithaca. Achilles was lured from hiding, sulking all the way. Ships were launched, over 1,000 if we believe Homer's poetry rather than maritime physics. Thus began the Trojan War, as sung in epic, enshrined in drama, and eventually cited in modern times whenever someone wants to justify a geopolitical misadventure based on something shiny. Now, did the Trojan War happen? Almost certainly, yes, but like all legends, it has been beautified by firelight and exaggerated by repetition. Archaeologists, who tend to prefer trowels to lyres, have long suspected that something rather large and dramatic did occur at the city now called Troy, perched strategically at the entrance to the Dardanelles. Excavations have revealed not one, but 9 cities of Troy, layered like geological tiramisu, built one atop another. Of those layers, Troy 6 and 7a are the ones that draw attention. Troy VI was rich, fortified, and thriving around the 13th century BCE. It was partially destroyed, possibly by an earthquake. It was rebuilt as Troy 7a, which was then violently destroyed around 1180 BCE, a date uncannily close to when tradition claims the Trojan War occurred. Charred ruins, crushed skeletons, and abandoned sling bullets suggest a city that was sacked, not surrendered. Whether it was Agamemnon and his cohort or some other coalition of Aegean aggressors, we cannot say. But the epic seed of the war, a Greek attack on a wealthy city across the sea, has strong roots in the archaeological soil. The war, if it happened as myth suggests, was both triumph and curse for the Mycenaeans. Victory at Troy may have gilded their reputation, but it also may have exhausted their resources, drained their manpower, and shattered the delicate balance of power that held their world together. Because when the kings returned, those who returned, they came home not to laurel wreaths and grateful subjects, but to murder, madness, and disintegration. Agamemnon, that grandest of kings, was greeted not by songs but by Clytemnestra's axe. She had understandably developed a grievance during his absence, mostly involving the sacrifice of their daughter, Iphigenia, at Aulis, and his post-war parade of concubines, including the unfortunate Cassandra. Orestes, their son, would one day avenge his father by murdering his mother, and so on. The royal line of Mycenae reads like a prequel to every Greek tragedy ever written, and it ends with blood. But that was only the personal side of the collapse. The palaces themselves began to fall, and not just one or two, almost all of them. Mycenae, Tiryns, Pylos, Thebes, or Komnenos all were destroyed or abandoned between 1200 and 1100 BCE. Fires gutted the storerooms. The Linear B tablets, once busily counting sheep, were flash-fired by the flames, preserving their contents in brittle terracotta. A bureaucratic Pompeii. What happened? That old question again, that favorite refrain of every historian holding a burned scroll and a baffled expression. The answer, as with all collapses worth their weight in ash, is not one single thing. Theories abound, and many of them are delightfully dramatic. Perhaps there were earthquakes, as the geology suggests, multiple ones in quick succession, reducing fortresses to rubble and making gods seem inattentive. Perhaps there was climate change, a severe drought that withered crops, emptied cisterns, and drove desperate communities to migrate, to raid, to revolt. Perhaps there were internal uprisings, where the peasantry, overtaxed and underfed, finally decided they'd had enough of gold-masked kings and their endless wars. Perhaps, too, there were invasions. Later, Greeks spoke of the Dorians, new tribes from the north who swept in with iron weapons and a lack of respect for established dynasties. The Egyptians, during this same period, recorded being harassed by mysterious marauders they called the Sea Peoples, a wonderfully vague name for what may have been a melting pot of displaced warriors, traders turned pirates, and economic refugees sailing around the Mediterranean with little to lose and many cities to sack. Some of them may well have been exiled or desperate Mycenaeans themselves, or perhaps it was simply a system's collapse. The Mycenaeans had built a world of fragile complexity. Their palace economies depended on far-reaching trade, copper from Cyprus, tin from Anatolia, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, and grain from Egypt. When one piece faltered, be it from war, famine, or piracy, the whole machine ground to a halt. The scribes fell silent. The storehouses emptied. The gods, so recently placated with honey and oxen, were forgotten or blamed. And so the world of chariots, tholos tombs, perfumed oils, and gold-embossed daggers burned down, crumbled, and disappeared. The people remained. They didn't vanish. They became simpler, smaller, quieter. Villages replaced cities, trade dried up, writing, that miracle of syllables etched into clay, was forgotten. No one wrote down the names of the gods anymore, not because they didn't believe in them, but because they no longer knew how. This period, stretching from about 1100 to 800 BCE, is known somewhat melodramatically as the Greek Dark Age. It was not dark in the sense of total barbarism, it was dark in the sense that we can no longer see it clearly. No records, no palaces, just humble huts, humble graves, and humble pottery. The Greeks had gone from building cyclopean citadels to eking out a subsistence lifestyle on the margins of memory. But here is where the story turns again. Because even in the dark, memory flickered. In village halls, around fires, old men remembered stories of greater times. They spoke of kings who once ruled from Mycenae, of wars fought across the sea, of gods who walked among mortals. They told tales of Achilles and Hector, of cunning Odysseus, of Helen's face, which, depending on the version, launched either 1,000 ships or one very large invoice. And centuries later, when writing returned, this time borrowed from the Phoenicians, transformed into the Greek alphabet, those stories were written down. And lo, they became epic. The Iliad, the Odyssey, the Orestia. Not accurate histories, no, but something better. Myths rooted in truth, stretched by imagination, and shaped by the long ache of remembering a world that once was. Classical Greeks looked upon the ruins of Mycenae and Tiryns with awe. They marveled at the size of the stones, the richness of the graves. Surely, they thought, we are but pygmies standing in the footprints of giants. The Age of Heroes, they called it, a time when men were greater, nobler, stronger, closer to the gods. What they didn't quite realize, at least not until much later, is that they were the descendants of those very people. That the language they spoke was kin to the language once pressed into clay. that the gods they worshipped were the same gods, just with better PR, that the stories they told had survived, like seeds in a fire, only to bloom again centuries later. And so the Mycenaeans, though buried under ash, under ruin, under centuries of forgetfulness, were never truly gone. They lived on in the myths, in the names, Agamemnon, Nestor, Menelaus, Odysseus, and in the grand idea that civilization, though it may fall, always remembers how to rise again. Their palaces are silent now, their tablets cracked and crumbling, their masks of gold detached from their owners and displayed behind glass. But still, they speak. Of kings, of war, of gods, of the first Greeks who dared to build kingdoms, to sail into legend, and to leave behind a whisper that echoes still. And from their whisper, Greece was born. Chapter 3. The Dark Age That Sparked the Light. Part 1. The Ashes of Agamemnon. What do you do when the last great palace has fallen, the storerooms are ash, the scribes are silent, and not even the gods have had their temples dusted in decades? You wait. And that is more or less what the Greeks did. They waited. They starved a little. They forgot things. Then they remembered them wrongly. Then they remembered them as myths. This was Greece's great age of forgetting, its glorious amnesia, a time when a civilization fell asleep and miraculously dreamt of itself. If you had stood at the edge of a ruined palace in the 11th century BCE, say the burned-out bones of Pylos, once home to the king with the best advice and the worst luck, old Nestor, you'd have seen something extraordinary. Nothing. No masons rebuilding, no processions of chariots, no scribes hammering out fresh linear B tablets on soft clay, recording goat deliveries and honey sacrifices to a goddess with a difficult name. The people were gone, scattered, or quietly tilling soil a mile away under thatched roofs. The palace, once the humming heart of a complex society, was now a hollowed stone carcass, baking in the sun. This, of course, was not a local tragedy. Greece, all of Greece, had quite simply collapsed. The palace economies, those administratively overachieving powerhouses of the late Bronze Age, had sputtered and died. The massive infrastructure, the redistribution of goods, the trade routes with Egypt and Cyprus and Syria, the supply chains for bronze, obsidian, and perfumed oils, gone. It was as if every central bank, government office, and postal service had simultaneously resigned and then set their desks on fire. And the people, stunned and leaderless, had wandered off into the countryside to live as best they could. What followed was not chaos exactly, that word is too noisy. It was more like a quiet implosion, a social implosion, a civilizational pause button. The cities did not go out with a bang so much as they slipped into a bleak, rural hush. In the past, men and women had worked inside palaces. Now they worked outside, digging earth with crude tools, hoping it would rain soon. The Greek Dark Age, a name invented by much later scholars who didn't want to admit how little they knew, was not entirely dark, of course. The sun still shone, crops still grew on good years, and people still loved, fought, traded, sang, and sacrificed goats in the hope of some divine attention. But from an archaeological standpoint, the lamps were dimmed, the noise and pomp of the Mycenaean palaces, their stone walls, their clinking bronze, their overwritten tablets, all vanished. Writing, the most miraculous tool of the Mycenaean elite, vanished with them. This was the only time in Greek history that the Greeks forgot how to write. Not for a generation, not for a century, for nearly 500 years. It's hard to grasp. Imagine the British Isles after the fall of the Romans, only the post office doesn't return until Shakespeare. The scribes, who had once known precisely how many sheep were due to the gods at every festival, were now illiterate herders, trying to recall which field was fallow and what day it was. The elegant, syllabic script of linear B, once scratched into clay with bureaucratic zeal, became meaningless. There were no more palace schools to teach it, no more tablets to copy, no more archives to guard. A culture that could once spell the name of Poseidon now had to hope he was still listening, and hope even harder that he didn't notice they couldn't spell anymore. It was a curious thing, this regression. The Greeks didn't revert entirely to prehistoric savagery. They still made pottery, still herded animals, still built homes, but they did so smaller, quieter, poorer. It was like a world suddenly trying to live without its own memory. A culture with no receipts, no grocery lists, no love poems, just stories. And so, in the absence of writing, story took over. In the great palace halls of the past, stories had been recited for kings and nobles, perhaps with lyres and wine and a bit of goat meat. Now, in the small huts and hill villages that sprang up in the ruins of those palaces, the stories were all that remained of a grander age. The bronze spears rusted. The gold was buried. The names lived on. The people remembered not through ink, but through lips. Achilles, Agamemnon, Helen, Odysseus. These were no longer merely kings and queens. They were memory's royalty, icons of an age that had somehow become more magical by vanishing. And what began as memory became myth. The cities these heroes had ruled were now graves. At Mycenae, Tiryns, and Thebes, the walls still stood in places blackened and cracked. The Lion Gate at Mycenae still glowered, its stone beasts standing vigil long after their masters had fallen. Locals in later centuries would whisper that giants, cyclopes, had built those walls, because no ordinary man could have lifted such stones. They weren't wrong, in a way. No one in the Dark Age could have built like that. Not yet. And so the people shrunk to fit their age. Gone were the sprawling palace complexes with their throne rooms, shrines, and long banquet halls. What rose in their place were hamlets, mud brick homes, perhaps a dozen or so huddled around a clearing. Some sites, like Nicoria in the southwest Peloponnese, show us what these communities looked like. A village on a hill, a single longhouse perhaps reserved for the local headman, and everyone else scattered in smaller, humbler dwellings. In this place, there were no kings, no wanaks. The palace records once listed every spear point, every piglet, every weaver's ration. Now, there were no records at all. The weaver wove what she could. The piglets were traded or eaten. No one wrote anything down because no one could, and no one needed to, because everything was local again. You knew what your neighbor had because you saw it every day. Trade, once the proud bloodline of Aegean civilization, slowed to a trickle. The Mycenaeans had once sent goods across the Mediterranean, pottery to Egypt, gold cups to Syria, Minoan-style frescoes, even decorating palaces in the Levant. Now, nobody went very far. A rare shard of Cypriot pottery might turn up in a grave at Lefkandi, or an amber bead from the north might make its way to Euboea, but these were curiosities, not commerce. The economic heartbeat of Greece had slowed to a faint murmur. And yet, because this is Greece we are speaking of, art refused to die. Pottery, the perennial pulse of Greek archaeology, began to shift and reinvent itself. With fewer people, fewer resources, and far less time for idle creativity, pottery became simple. The sub-Mycenaean style, the immediate child of the collapse, was, let's say, function over flair. It was the pottery equivalent of a graying cardigan, comforting, dependable, and entirely devoid of flamboyance. But then, something delightful happened. Simplicity gave way to elegance. By around 1050 BCE, a new aesthetic was taking shape, first in Athens and then radiating outward. The Greeks had, quite accidentally, invented proto-geometric pottery, and it was gorgeous. Simple, yes, but refined. Perfect circles painted with compasses. Black glazed surfaces with wide symmetrical bands. Vessels that seemed not to boast but to murmur, "We remember beauty, and we will make it again, smaller for now." It was this quiet evolution, uncelebrated, unsung, that signaled something profound. The Greeks had not died with their palaces. They had not vanished into the hills like ghosts. They had survived. More than that, they had begun, slowly and with trembling fingers, to rebuild themselves. The Dark Age was not a black hole. It was a smolder, a long, slow breath in. The kind of pause that a singer takes before the final verse. The ruins still stood, the stories still lingered, and in the absence of kings, the people themselves became the keepers of memory. And memory, in time, would become myth. Chapter 3, Part 2, Tombs of Memory, Circles of Clay. Grief does peculiar things to a people. The Mycenaeans, or what remained of them, had been great. No one would say it aloud because there was no one left to write anything down, and not a soul dared to dream of palaces anymore, but they remembered. They remembered that their ancestors had buried kings in golden masks. They remembered that heroes once rode in chariots. They remembered, however dimly, that once upon a time their people had ruled the world, or at least their corner of it. So they grieved, but the Greeks have never been content to grieve quietly. If they could no longer afford to build like their ancestors, they would still bury like them. And from that grief was born one of the strangest and most tantalizing archaeological discoveries of the Dark Age, Lefkandi. Lefkandi sits on the island of Euboea, across from the mainland, a place not known for its glamour in the later classical period, but during the Dark Age, it was a bit of a standout. When archaeologists poked about the site in the 20th century, they found something that made them drop their clipboards: a gigantic apsidal building, unlike anything else from the time. For a moment, everyone thought they'd accidentally unearthed an early archaic temple or possibly a rather stylish sheepfold. But no, it was a Dark Age megahouse built around 950 BCE. This building, some 50 meters long with mud brick walls and a timber roof, wasn't just big for the sake of being big. It was, unmistakably, a tomb. Or at least, it had become one. In its center, someone had laid to rest a warrior, cremated, placed in a bronze urn imported all the way from Cyprus, which had been dropped like a shiny breadcrumb in the grave. But he was not alone. Next to him was a woman, also buried, and the contrast could not have been sharper. She was inhumed, not cremated. She wore jewelry of gold, and she had been adorned in death with ornaments from Syria, Egypt, and the wider Near East. She was, in death as likely in life, spectacular. And just beside her, this is where things tip from the poignant to the poetic, were 4 horses, their bodies sacrificed and placed into a pit beside the burial. Their heads had been turned back sharply over their shoulders, their bones deliberately arranged. A woman of splendor, a warrior in a foreign urn, 4 sacrificed horses. What on earth was going on? No one knows for certain, which is archaeologists' code for let's speculate wildly. But what Lefkandi shows is that the Greeks, even in their so-called darkness, were remembering how to bury with style. This was no small-time chieftain getting a plot by the olive grove. This was a statement. Whether the warrior was a local prince or a returning warlord from the east, and whether the woman was his queen, priestess, or something altogether more complex, the message was clear. We may have lost our palaces, but we have not lost our pride. Lefkandi is not the only site to suggest that the Dark Age was not uniformly dull and backward. Athens, that smug little survivor, continued to bury its dead in tidy cemeteries. In places like the Kerameikos, potters and aristocrats alike laid their loved ones to rest with simple, solemn ritual. The grave goods were sparse, but the care was visible. And by the 9th century BCE, we begin to see something else peeking out of the earth: hero cults. Across Greece, the Greeks began to treat old Bronze Age tombs as sacred spaces. They didn't know who lay inside, not really, but they could feel the weight of greatness. A crumbling beehive tomb in Mycenae became the tomb of Agamemnon. A large grave mound in Boeotia was said to hold Hercules' ancestors. In Euboea and Thessaly, locals told stories of giants who once lived and died there. Offerings were made at these sites, not because anyone had a receipt for whose bones lay there, but because the place felt holy. This is how memory calcifies into myth. There's something heartbreakingly beautiful about the image of a young shepherd in 900 BCE placing a handful of barley or a broken figurine at a half-collapsed tomb and muttering a prayer to the hero buried inside. Who the hero was didn't matter. What mattered was that the memory had survived, not in words, but in the feeling that this was a place of power. And the gods? Oh, the gods were still there. They hadn't packed up and left just because their favorite palaces had burned. In fact, some of them may have moved house. Zeus, ever flexible in residence, still received libations on mountaintops. Poseidon, ever unpredictable, still demanded respect before one launched a fishing boat. Athena hadn't yet acquired a Parthenon, but she was already being whispered to in the hill towns of Attica. What changed was not the gods themselves, but the scale of their worship. Gone were the great temple processions and the palace-sponsored feast days. Now, religion was local, improvised, domestic. A farmer might build a little shrine in his courtyard. A village might gather at a cave or a spring. And slowly, a new kind of religiosity emerged, less formal, more intimate, rooted in the immediate needs of small communities. These practices would form the seeds of Greek religion as we know it: accessible, ubiquitous, and endlessly personal. There is also evidence, subtle, tantalizing evidence, that some sites used for worship in the Mycenaean period continued into the Dark Age. A cave used to honor Zeus in Minoan Crete remained a cult site long after the palaces fell. High peaks once dotted with votive offerings during the Bronze Age were revisited by shepherds who, presumably, felt something when the clouds gathered. These were not ruins to them. They were gateways, thinned places between mortal and divine. In the absence of priests and planners, faith became folkish, and perhaps because of that, it endured all the stronger. Meanwhile, Greek pottery continued its patient transformation from mournful minimalism to something genuinely elegant. The proto-geometric phase, those vases with their perfect circles and neat bands, was already giving way by the 9th century BCE to geometric pottery, which, true to its name, was obsessed with patterns. Triangles, zigzags, meanders, and key patterns swarmed across amphorae like architectural graffiti. It was as if the potters, finally finding time to breathe, decided they would never leave a surface undecorated again. And then, almost without ceremony, something returned to these pots that had not been seen in Greek art for generations. People. Stylized, stick-limbed, triangular-bodied little humans began to reappear on vases. First in simple scenes, funerals, processions, perhaps a battle. Then in stories. One vase shows warriors in chariots, another shows mourners weeping over a bier. These are not yet the muscled athletes of black figure wear, but they are unmistakably Greek and unmistakably alive. After centuries of silence, Greek art had found its voice again, and it began, appropriately, with the dead. And just as art found its voice, so too did something else: the seas. Trade, that great engine of civilization, had finally stirred. The Mycenaeans had once ruled the waves, at least in their own minds, but for centuries after the collapse, Greek sailors had hugged the coasts nervously. Now, in the 9th century, that began to change. Pottery from Greece turns up in Cyprus, Syria, Italy. Greeks began to visit, then settle, the eastern Mediterranean once more. And they did not go alone. They met Phoenicians, those Semitic seafarers who traded purple dye and alphabets as readily as others traded grain. At some point, in some now-forgotten port, a Greek trader or artisan saw the Phoenician script, saw its neat consonants, and thought, we could use that, but better. Greek added vowels, turning a Semitic syllabary into the first true alphabet, and thus reawakened the written word. But that, of course, is the next chapter. For now the Greeks were standing again, not proudly yet, not in glittering marble, but on their feet. Their cities were not palaces, but they had walls. Their art was not Mycenaean, but it had grace. Their rituals were not splendid, but they were sincere. They had survived famine, fire, and forgetfulness. And they were now preparing, whether they knew it or not, to invent themselves anew. They had buried their dead, they had remembered their names, they had painted their grief into clay. And they had whispered their stories to the children who would grow up to tell those stories to the world. Chapter 3, Part 3, Invaders, Ghosts, and the Memory That Wouldn't Die. It is a strange irony of history that the more silent a civilization becomes, the louder its myths grow. When cities burn, writing is lost, and the monuments fall to ruin, the survivors don't stop talking. They talk more. They sing, they swear, they mutter, they pass stories through generations with a kind of desperation that only those who've lost everything can muster. And that, dear listener, is where the Greeks of the Dark Age now stood. Their palaces were long ash, their written records had ceased like a theater after a sudden blackout. But their stories, those were very much alive. And if you asked them who had caused this catastrophe, they had an answer. Several, in fact. One explanation involved foreigners, naturally. Among later Greeks, the favorite villains were the Dorians, a branch of Greeks themselves, yes, but the kind of cousins you invite to dinner only once. In myth, the Dorians were portrayed as the long-banished descendants of Heracles returning to reclaim their ancestral lands. The story went like this. Heracles had been unjustly denied his inheritance, and his noble offspring, the Heraclidae, had been living in exile up north, sharpening their swords and nursing dynastic resentment. Then, sometime in the 12th century, BCE, they surged southwards, sweeping across the Peloponnese, conquering Sparta, Corinth, Argos, and the rest, sending the old dynasty scattering like pigeons before a very organized cat. It made a great myth, very tragic, very theatrical, and very useful, especially if you were a Dorian, now ruling in those cities and needing to explain why your family's crest wasn't carved into the local Tholos tomb. Oh, you see, we're not invaders, we're reclaiming our birthright. Our great-grandfather was Heracles. You're welcome. Modern historians, as ever, are a bit more skeptical. They suspect that if the Dorians did show up at all, it was less of a tidal wave and more of a slow seepage. Migrants, mercenaries, maybe even neighbors who took advantage of the power vacuum after the collapse. In some cases, it's entirely plausible that Dorian dialects spread not through conquest, but through intermarriage, imitation, and the irresistible appeal of tough-talking hillmen with new iron weapons and a penchant for Doric columns, a taste that would arrive centuries later. But the Dorians were not the only specter haunting this time. To the east, in Egyptian records, we hear of the Sea Peoples, a phrase that evokes holiday cruises but actually means a terrifying band of marauders who raided the coasts of the Near East around the same time that the Mycenaean world collapsed. Egyptian pharaohs described these invaders as coming from the islands, bringing with them chariots, ships, entire families, and a habit of toppling empires. Rameses III, bless him, fought them off with style, leaving behind glorious reliefs of battle scenes and victory lists. But other civilizations weren't so lucky. Who were these Sea Peoples? That, my friend, is a mystery wrapped in a conundrum, gift wrapped in a papyrus scroll. Some of their names, Peliset, Checker, Shurden, Denyen, have tantalized scholars for generations. The Denyen, for instance, sounds suspiciously like the Danaans, a Homeric name for the Greeks. The Aquesh, possibly the Achaeans, the Mycenaean Greeks themselves, which raises the unsettling but delicious possibility that some of the Mycenaean collapse was not caused by the Sea Peoples, but that the Mycenaeans became the Sea Peoples. Imagine it. Mycenaean warriors, once employed by great palaces, now adrift, their homes burned, their kings murdered or missing. They take to the sea, out of necessity, not ambition, and become something new. Raiders, mercenaries, vagabonds of the waves. They sack a port in Cyprus, not because they hate the Cypriots, but because they're hungry and angry and have no better plan. It's a grim idea, but not implausible. There's even archaeological evidence of Mycenaean-style pottery showing up in shipwrecks and destroyed Levantine cities around this time. These weren't the luxury goods of trade. These were the spoils of war, or the remnants of people desperately clinging to their old identity as they drifted far from home. And if you squint, you can see the tragedy. A once great people reduced to footnotes in someone else's inscriptions. But this was the Greek Dark Age, and dark though it wasn't fatal. Back in Greece, society was shifting again. The rigid hierarchy of the palaces was long gone. In its place rose something far more radical, the seeds of localism. Communities began to govern themselves not through kings and palaces, but through councils of elders, assemblies of warriors, and leaders chosen not by divine right, but by charisma, prowess, and negotiation. These were the first stirrings of what would become the polis, the city-state, not yet in form, but in feeling. The Greeks were beginning to imagine a different way of living, not as subjects of a bronze-helmed king, but as participants in a shared endeavor. They weren't citizens yet, but they were learning to live as neighbors who governed themselves. And alongside this social restructuring, there was a remarkable cultural rebirth. Not explosive, there were no fireworks, no trumpet blasts, but a steady rekindling. The pottery told the story first. As we've seen, by the time of geometric pottery, around the 9th century BCE, the Greeks were decorating their vases with such obsessive regularity that one suspects the potters had developed an early form of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Every inch of the vase became sacred real estate. Lines, spirals, zigzags, checkered patterns, key designs. It was a festival of symmetry and order, as if the Greeks were stitching their world back together with precision. And then humans appeared. Not lifelike, not naturalistic, but symbolic. Funerals, processions, chariot scenes, a horse with a rider rendered as two triangles and a stick, a woman mourning beside a bier, her arms lifted in what might be grief or possibly dance, hard to say with stick figures. But even those triangles had power. They were narrative again. The Greeks had returned to telling stories in their art, and soon they would begin to write them. Because sometime in the 8th century BCE, in a port town or an island crossroads or a market filled with Phoenician traders and curious locals, someone got an idea. The Phoenicians, brilliant scribblers that they were, had a consonantal script, efficient, compact, but missing something vital: vowels. The Greeks, brilliant borrowers that they were, took the Phoenician letters and said, what if we added sounds for A, E, I, O, and U? What if we could write exactly how we speak? And just like that, the Greek alphabet was born. From that moment, the long silence ended. For the first time in nearly half a millennium, the Greeks began to write, not in linear B with its rigid syllables and inflexible forms, not in cuneiform, but in a new, brilliant, flexible alphabet, a script that could capture everything: shopping lists, love poems, shipping manifests, contracts, graffiti, and most gloriously, epic. But that, of course, is not this chapter. That's another tale altogether. The tale of a blind poet and the gods who gave him a voice. What matters here is that the Greek Dark Age, far from being a terminal twilight, was something far more rare: a compost heap. A dark, rich, difficult period of breakdown that fertilized what came next. The Greeks had lost their palaces, yes, their kings, their gold, their bureaucracy. But in the aftermath, they'd found new things: a deeper religiosity, a tighter sense of community, a reverence for heroes and ancestors, a pottery style to make symmetry enthusiasts weep with joy. And in the depths of their silence, a song they would soon sing to the world. The Dark Age had sparked something miraculous, not merely survival, but reinvention. They remembered just enough of the past to keep its flame alive and forgot just enough to free themselves from its constraints. And out of that paradox, out of that long night of unrecorded dreams, rose the Greece we know. A Greece of poets, temples, laws, laughter, theater, wine, democracy, war, and wonder. A Greece that had somehow turned ruin into renaissance. And it all began with silence. Chapter 5, Part 1. City-states, democracy, tyrants, and that one time. Sparta went full cult. The palaces were gone. The proud walls of Mycenae and Pylos, once echoing with the clink of goblets and the growls of boar-tusk helmeted warlords, had crumbled into silence. No more clay tablets, no more central storehouses, no more great kings with syllable-heavy names and shelf-breaking genealogies. The Mycenaean age ended not with a bang, but a disintegration, slow, patchy, and eerily thorough. And then the Greeks did something marvelously odd. Rather than rebuild the palaces and try the whole Bronze Age thing again, they invented something entirely different: the polis, the city-state. Not an empire, not a feudal patchwork, not a top-down theocracy or a royal tyranny passed on like a slightly cursed family heirloom, but a self-contained, self-ruled community of citizens who lived in perpetual, competitive negotiation with each other. It was messy, it was radical, and it was very, very Greek. In the beginning, these poleis were modest things, little more than fortified villages or hilltop settlements. The 8th and 7th centuries BCE saw Greece re-emerge like a hesitant actor from behind the curtain after a long intermission. The new cast of characters bore familiar names: Athens, Corinth, Thebes, Argos, but their scripts had changed. Instead of relying on kings, they formed councils. Instead of palatial tribute, they raised citizen militias. And instead of writing in bureaucratic syllabaries, they borrowed the Phoenician alphabet, added vowels, and began writing in a way that captured not just orders and inventories, but speech, song, and thought. Each polis had its own personality. Athens, clever and chaotic. Sparta, severe and unblinking. Corinth, opulent and vaguely tipsy. Thebes, brooding and quietly brilliant. Argos, with a chip on its shoulder the size of a hoplite's shield. And while they were all recognizably Greek, sharing gods, language, rituals, and far too many wars, they were fiercely proud of their differences. Every polis was a world, and worlds, as Greek myth teaches us, like to collide. Athens was a rock, literally. Its Acropolis, a steep limestone outcrop, jutted into the Attic sky like an island of memory. Legend claimed that Athens was born from a contest between Poseidon and Athena herself, the sea god offering a salt spring, which frankly smelled a bit fishy, while the wise goddess gave the gift of the olive tree. The people chose the olive, good for oil, food, and burning, less so for swimming, and so the city took her name. By the 7th century BCE, Athens was ruled by aristocrats, the so-called eupatridae, the well-born. And well-born they were, smug, landowning, and increasingly unpopular. The system creaked. Farmers who couldn't repay debts were forced into slavery. Smallholders lost their land. The courts were run by the same rich families who had created the laws. It was all rather convenient if you were in the club. If you weren't, it was economic strangulation with a smile. Then came Draco, Athens' first lawgiver, a man so famously harsh that his name still gets applied to school dress codes and despotic weather policies. Around 621 BCE, Draco published a written law code engraved on wooden tablets and posted in the agora for all to see. This was progress of a sort. The rules were no longer arbitrary. Everyone could, in theory, know what the law was. Unfortunately, the laws themselves were excessive. Steal a cabbage, death. Insult a noble, death. Look suspicious near someone else's goat, you guessed it, death. It was said that Draco's laws were written in blood, not ink. Athenians soon decided that perhaps a rethink was in order, and so, when the pressure reached boiling point in the 590s, they turned to a man of sense and poise, Solon. Poet, statesman, and reformer, Solon was the sort of chap who wore his wisdom lightly but carried it with confidence. He was granted wide powers to reform the city, and in 594 BCE, he got to work. First, he canceled all debts, a move so shocking that many landowners choked on their figs. This was the Sysoktia, the shaking off of burdens. Those who had sold themselves into slavery for debt were freed. Land was restored. The economy breathed. But Solon didn't stop there. He restructured Athenian society, not by bloodline, but by wealth. There were now 4 property classes, and your eligibility for office depended on your income, not your ancestors. The richest, the Pentakosio Medimnoi, could run for top offices. The Hypes, knights, were cavalrymen. The Zaugatai, yokemen, could serve as hoplites, and even the poorest, the Thetes, could attend the assembly and serve on juries. It was revolutionary. Not full democracy, not yet, but the first decisive step away from hereditary oligarchy. Solon also created a new council, the Boule, and gave the people a role in selecting magistrates. Justice was no longer the monopoly of the aristocracy. And then, having passed these reforms, Solon did something deeply Solonic. He left the city for 10 years. Athenians he knew would tinker and complain and try to game the system. Better he not be around to hear it. In his absence, Athens teetered. Factions emerged. The landowners grumbled. The poor grumbled more. And into the vacuum stepped a man named Pisistratus, whose biography reads like a mix of theater and circus. Pisistratus was a relative of Solon, a war hero and a master of populist flair. According to tradition, he once staged an attack on himself in the agora, limping in with fake wounds and begging the people for a personal guard. They granted it. The guard became an army. The army seized the Acropolis. Presto, tyrant. Thrown out, then back, then out again. Then, on his third return, Pisistratus arrived with a tall woman dressed as Athena, claiming the goddess herself was restoring him to power, and astonishingly, the Athenians believed him. But as tyrants go, he was rather good. Pisistratus maintained Solon's reforms, kept the elites in check, and invested in infrastructure, festivals, and the arts. Under his rule, the Panathenaic festival flourished, the first great public library was established, and Homeric epics were written down. He ruled like a father, albeit a cunning one. His sons didn't fare so well. Hippias, once moderate, became paranoid after his brother was assassinated in a love triangle gone wrong. He cracked down hard, executed suspects, and lost popular support. The Alcmaeonid clan, longtime rivals, teamed up with Sparta to drive him out. In 510 BCE, Athens was free again. Sort of. Power now bounced between noble houses until a new leader, Cleisthenes, took a leap that changed everything. He turned to the people. In 508 BCE, Cleisthenes enacted reforms that radically restructured Athens. He created 10 new tribes, mixing citizens from coast, plain, and city to break the grip of local aristocratic cliques. He expanded the council to 500 members, 50 from each tribe chosen by lot. Lot, not election. The Greeks, ever suspicious of ambition, thought lottery was the best way to prevent corruption. He also formalized the ecclesia, the assembly, where every male citizen could debate and vote. From this swirling sea of voices emerged the first true democracy. Not representative, but direct, messy, loud, brilliant. And when a citizen became too popular, too powerful, the others could vote on a potsherd, an ostracon, to exile him for 10 years. Just in case. It was a city run by people with a healthy mistrust of power, a love of argument, and a commitment to shaping their future with their own hands. While Athens was inventing politics, Sparta was inventing something else: absolute control. Chapter 5, Part 2, The Spartan Way. While Athens was busy inventing politics, codifying reforms, debating in the assembly, and learning how to collectively shout in a dignified way, Sparta decided it would have none of that. No democracy, no long-winded arguments, no equal rights or citizens making speeches. Sparta, resolute and grim, went in a completely different direction. It turned its city into a war camp that never disbanded. In the beginning, Sparta had been like any other Greek town. A few farming villages along the Eurotas River in the southern Peloponnese. It had kings, local landowners, and squabbles, just like the rest. But somewhere between myth and memory, Sparta took a hard turn. It became an ideological experiment, a militarized utopia, or dystopia, depending on your view, a society engineered for a single purpose, to survive through strength. The Spartans told a neat story to explain this transformation. In the mists of antiquity, they claimed, a man named Lycurgus emerged, half lawgiver, half ghost. He went to the oracle at Delphi, asked how to fix his chaotic homeland, and came back with a blueprint for discipline. Whether Lycurgus existed or not, and there's every chance he didn't, the reforms attributed to him became sacred. They called it the Retra, a kind of unwritten constitution handed down from the gods, and Sparta would obey it with the fervor of a cult and the precision of a war machine. First, leadership. Unlike most polis with one king, Sparta had two, descended, they claimed, from twin sons of Heracles. This dual monarchy was both a practical check on power and a brilliant way to start family feuds. The kings led the army, presided over sacrifices, and were revered, but not unchecked. They were kept honest by a gerousia, a council of 28 elders over the age of 60, because nothing says wisdom like a man who's managed not to die yet, and 5 ephors, elected annually, who could even put kings on trial. There was also an assembly of citizens, but in Sparta, it mostly existed to approve what the elders and ephors already decided. Power in Sparta, you see, wasn't held by kings or even orators. It was held by a system. An uncompromising, regimented system designed to suppress weakness, luxury, and individuality in favor of one goal: military dominance. Which brings us to the agoga, the Spartan education system. Education is a gentle word for what was, in essence, a state-sponsored lifelong hazing ritual. At the age of 7, Spartan boys were torn from their mothers and herded into communal barracks to begin their training. They were not coddled. They were not taught to read Homer and ponder virtue. They were beaten, starved, whipped, and hardened. They learned to fight, steal, endure cold, and above all, never complain. If you managed to steal bread and not get caught, you were praised for cleverness. If you were caught, you were flogged, not for stealing, but for being incompetent. There's a truly horrifying tale of a boy who, having hidden a fox cub under his cloak to sneak food into camp, let the animal gnaw through his stomach rather than confess. He died silently, and was admired for it. By age 12, boys were sleeping on beds of reeds, wearing only a single cloak through the winter. They were encouraged to fight each other, often brutally. To survive the agoge was to become something more than a man, at least in Spartan eyes. You became a Spartiates, a full citizen soldier, a brother in arms. At 20, after a decade of institutionalized violence, you were allowed to join the syssisha, communal mess halls where every male citizen dined with his peers. These were not just dining clubs, they were units of military cohesion. Every man ate the same vile, black broth, a stew of boiled pig's blood and vinegar, beloved by no one, shared expenses, and trained together. It was a way to instill unity and remind each man that his life was no longer his own. It belonged to the city. And the women? Ah, yes. Spartan women are among the most fascinating figures in all of Greek history. Unlike their sisters in Athens, who were often sequestered in the back of the house and forbidden from speaking in public, Spartan women trained, owned land, and spoke their minds. They ran estates while their husbands served in the military. They danced, sang, competed in athletics, and were expected to give birth to strong sons. The famous quote, "Come back with your shield or on it," was not invented by Hollywood. It was Spartan motherhood distilled. Spartan girls were trained in gymnastics, wrestling, and throwing discus. They were taught to be healthy, confident, and as the men saw it, useful breeders of warriors. But the unintended consequence of this eugenic logic was that Spartan women became some of the most powerful and respected women in the ancient world. They could own property, inherit estates, and give blunt public speeches. Aristophanes, the Athenian playwright, once sneered that only in Sparta would a woman tell a man what to do and mean it. Marriage in Sparta was, like everything else, militarized. Husbands and wives didn't live together until middle age. At first, a man might marry, but only see his wife in secret sneaking away from the barracks like a teenage rebel. The idea was to prolong the training, keep the male mind focused on war, affection, domesticity, save that for retirement. All of this entire life of discipline, deprivation, and duty was justified by fear. Fear of the Helots. The Helots were the original inhabitants of Laconia and Messenia, conquered and enslaved by Sparta. They farmed the land, fed the Spartans, and vastly outnumbered them. Without Helots, the Spartan system collapsed. But with so many oppressed people living under one roof, the Spartans lived in a perpetual state of war. Literally. Every year, the ephors declared war on the Helots, allowing for legal murder. Spartan youths participated in the Cryptia, a secret rite in which they roamed the countryside, killing especially strong or outspoken Helots to keep the population cowed. It was both a rite of passage and a form of psychological warfare. Imagine a society that so feared revolt that it ritualized terrorism as state policy. Sparta was not brave because it felt safe. Sparta was brave because it knew it wasn't. Then there was Artemis Orthia, the goddess of the cheese altar. At her sanctuary near the riverbank, Spartan boys were brought to steal cheese from the altar as older youths whipped them mercilessly. This was a public event. The entire community came to watch. The goal was not just to get the cheese, but to do so without flinching, to bleed without complaint. The altar had to be bloodied. The gods demanded it. Artemis, it was said, would become heavy and angry if denied blood. And if you think this sounds disturbingly close to a sacrificial rite, you're not wrong. It was a sacrifice of pain, of pride, of childhood. By the time a Spartan male reached adulthood, he had been forged in the most unforgiving social system imaginable. He was physically formidable, psychologically conditioned, and entirely devoted to the collective. Spartan warriors were famous not for flamboyant individual heroism, but for their discipline. The phalanx, the Greek rectangular infantry formation, was only as strong as its weakest member. Spartans never broke ranks. They moved as one. They were trained to fight with precision, to die rather than flee, and to make their enemies marvel at their silence, their calm, their terrifying unity. And this system worked for a time. Sparta became feared, then respected, then feared again. Other Greeks admired them, envied them, and occasionally mocked them for being a bit too weird. Athenians joked that Sparta was a place where people dined like paupers and spoke like philosophers, but fought like lions. Sparta's system produced no poets, no playwrights, no philosophers. But it did produce a hoplite class of legend and a reputation that lasted far longer than their political dominance ever did. They didn't write epic poems, they wrote epitaphs. Go tell the Spartans, passerby, that here, obedient to their laws, we lie. Chapter 5, Part 3, Corinth, the wealthy cousin. Absolutely. Here is part 3 of Chapter 5. City-states, democracy, tyrants, and that one time. Sparta went full cult, in full mythos-style continuity. We've seen Athens dream democracy into being, Sparta engineer society like a blood-slicked machine, and now we turn to the rest. Corinth, Thebes, Argos, and the wide, glittering sea of polis life, cities with money, attitude, and the occasional lion statue. While Athens and Sparta hog the spotlight like two dueling prima donnas, one in a glittering robe of ideas, the other bare-chested in bronze, the rest of the Greek world was hardly silent. It was, in fact, loudly inventive, fabulously wealthy, and occasionally unhinged. Enter Corinth. To understand Corinth is to imagine someone stylish, slightly louche, always just returning from a party that ended at sunrise. If Athens was your earnest philosophy student, and Sparta your intense boot camp instructor, Corinth was your extremely successful cousin who wore too much perfume and owned 17 ships. Geographically, it had all the luck. Perched perfectly on the isthmus that connected the Peloponnese to the mainland, it could control both east-west and north-south traffic. This meant that Corinth not only taxed everyone, they did so twice. Brilliant. By the 7th century BCE, Corinth was dripping in commerce, colonies, and Corinthian columns. Its pottery was among the best in Greece. Corinthian artisans led the way in design. Their vases shipped as far as Etruria. They invented their own architectural flair, the Corinthian order, with acanthus leaves curling up the capitals like some leafy feather boa. And their politics? Oh, honey. Corinth was once ruled by the Bacchiads, a noble clan so tightly intermarried they made Lannisters look bashful. Then came a man named Cypselus, who rose from polemarch, military commander, to tyrant, not by brute force but with genuine popular support. The story goes that the Bacchiads, fearing a prophecy, tried to murder him as a child. His mother, clever thing, hid him in a chest. Hence his name. Kepsel means box. Yes, he's the original Jack-in-the-Box tyrant. Cypselus overthrew the Bacchiads and ruled as a benevolent despot, distributing land, trimming noble beards, and enriching the city. He died in his bed, a rarity for tyrants, and his son Periander took over. Now, Periander is a case study in the ancient Greek definition of complicated. On the one hand, he was a patron of poets, built aqueducts, expanded Corinth's colonies, and completed the Diolkos, an overland trackway to drag ships across the isthmus like clumsy snails. On the other hand, he was allegedly responsible for burning the undergarments of every noblewoman in Corinth in a mass pyromaniac ritual to appease the ghost of his murdered wife. Some say he was mad, others say he was brilliant. Herodotus says both, which usually means something scandalous definitely happened and I'm absolutely going to tell you all about it. Yet Periander was counted among the 7 sages of Greece, a sort of philosophical boy band of the archaic era. It just goes to show, in Corinth, style often beat out scruples. While Corinth gilded its temples, Thebes brooded in Boeotia. Thebes has a mythic backstory that reads like a Greek Game of Thrones spin-off. It was supposedly founded by Cadmus, who sowed dragon's teeth and reaped warriors. It was the home of Oedipus, that poor fellow who made one mistake, well, 2, and gave psychoanalysts a case study for eternity. In reality, Thebes was tough, suspicious, and deeply Theban. During the Persian Wars, it famously sided with the Persians. After the war, the rest of Greece glared at Thebes like a guest who invited themselves to the victory party and then spilled wine on the host's toga. But Thebes was not to be written off. In the 4th century BCE, it rose to astonishing heights under 2 brilliant leaders, Pelopidas and Epaminondas. Together, they formed the most extraordinary fighting force in Greek history. The Sacred Band, 300 men, 150 pairs of lovers trained to fight side by side. The thinking was beautifully simple. Lovers would fight more fiercely, more loyally, because each man would sooner die than see his beloved fall. And it worked. The Sacred Band crushed Sparta at the Battle of LECUTRE in 371 BCE, breaking the Spartan myth of invincibility once and for all. That battle was revolutionary. It marked the end of Spartan supremacy, the first time another Greek polis outmatched them on the field. And it was Thebes, defiant, oddball Thebes, that did it. Sadly, Theban dominance was short-lived. At Chaeronea in 338 BCE, they stood with Athens against Philip of Macedon and his son Alexander. The Sacred Band, outnumbered but refusing to retreat, fought to the last man. When Philip saw their corpses piled in perfect ranks, he is said to have wept. "They died as lovers," said the gravestone, and they did. Meanwhile, Argos, old, proud Argos, was nursing its own grievances. It had once been the shining star of the Peloponnese, boasting heroes like Perseus, and the most ancient of Hera's sanctuaries. In the 7th century BCE, under King Phaedon, it pioneered hoplite warfare and trounced Sparta at the Battle of Hysiae. But that triumph aged poorly. Sparta came back stronger, and Argos, perhaps wisely, stayed quiet for much of the 5th century. They skipped the Persian Wars, awkward, joined and left the Athenian alliance twice, and eventually settled into being the old family member who doesn't come to reunions but always sends a nice vase. Then there was Rhodes, the rising maritime darling of the Aegean. 3 cities, Lindos, Ialissos, and Camiros, united in 408 BCE to form the new city of Rhodes. It was sleek, well-planned, and looked like it had been designed by a Greek urban architect who just returned from holiday in Alexandria and was trying to show off. In time, Rhodes would become famous for its ships, its schools, and its enormous bronze statue, the Colossus, which straddled the harbor entrance like a sun god doing the splits. Greek city-states even leapt into foreign lands. The coast of Anatolia was dotted with polis like Miletus, home to science-minded philosophers like Thales, who thought everything was made of water, and Anaximander, who disagreed and said infinite somethingness. They built colonies from the Black Sea to Spain. In Italy, Greek cities like Syracuse, founded by Corinth, would one day become greater than their mother cities, producing tyrants, engineers, and mathematicians who made even mainland Greeks go, impressive. But no matter the size or fame, the soul of each polis was the same. A fierce independence, a civic pride, a refusal to be anything but its own thing. You could have democracy, monarchy, oligarchy, tyranny, or some cobbled together system involving rotating councils and priest kings named Bob, but whatever the form, the Greeks understood the polis not as just a place, but a way of life. Even their wars were, in a way, civic drama. The Peloponnesian War, that long miserable contest between Athens and Sparta, was not empire versus empire. It was polis versus polis. Ideology versus ideology. Rowers versus warriors. Wine versus vinegar. And when the dust settled, when Sparta, helped by Persian gold, irony of ironies, starved Athens into surrender, and Thebes broke Sparta, and then Macedon broke them all, it was not the end. Not really. The polis remained. Under Macedonian shadow, then Roman law, and later Byzantine bureaucracy, the city-states lived on as memories and models. And even today, when we talk about democracy, local government, civic virtue, or public debate, we are still, in our own sprawling, globalized way, thinking like a polis. Each city had its myths, its customs, its virtues and vices. Each was a little Olympus, its own pantheon of characters, and together they made Greece what it was. Brilliant, fractured, contradictory, glorious, and occasionally a bit culty. But that's half the fun. Chapter 6, Part 1. The gods of sleeping around, lying, meddling, drinking, dressing up as animals, and appearing in statues that smell faintly of olive oil. The gods of Greece were nothing if not gossips, not the benign, garden variety sort who murmured about who's been seen with whom in the marketplace. No, the Olympians practiced weaponized gossip, celestial drama with lightning bolts, and revenge baked into the storytelling. If you were a mortal in ancient Greece, you didn't just worship your gods, you tuned into them like a wildly unpredictable daytime soap. And why wouldn't you? They were flawed, fabulous, ever so slightly mad, and inexplicably obsessed with your sheep. Up on Mount Olympus, perched somewhere above the clouds, yet conveniently close enough to Earth that no scandal went unpunished, the gods carried on like a highly dysfunctional family with magical powers and a shared tenancy agreement. The king of them all, Zeus, was at once regal, thunder-hurling, and hopelessly randy. No mortal, immortal, nymph, spirit, or unusually attractive shade of wind was safe from his affections. He took the form of bulls, swans, golden rain, eagles, and possibly a gentle breeze, depending on the narrative, all in the noble pursuit of procreation, or at least recreation. His wife, Hera, goddess of marriage and queen of Olympus, was the long-suffering matriarch of this celestial madhouse. Hers was a divine marriage best described as high maintenance. She loved Zeus dearly, or at least deeply resented him in an enduring way that might have been love if you squinted. When she wasn't snarling at her husband, Hera focused her full attention on avenging his affairs, which usually meant tormenting the mortals he'd seduced. One would think she'd direct her wrath at Zeus himself, but that was a bit like trying to scold the sea for being wet. Instead, Io got turned into a cow, Callisto into a bear, Leto was banned from giving birth on solid land, and Semele was vaporized. Classic Hera. Athena, Zeus's daughter, by way of an impressive cranial delivery, kept herself above such petty frolics. She was born in full armor, leapt from her father's skull like a divine Athena brand action figure, and never once paused to flirt. Wisdom, war strategy, weaving, and glaring, these were her areas of expertise. One could not imagine Athena so much as cracking a smile at Dionysus's wine-fueled antics. Her idea of a party was planning a constitutional amendment, and then winning the debate about it. Apollo, golden-haired and golden-voiced, was the poster boy of polite piety, until you crossed him. Then he became a plague-bringing, arrow-slinging god with impeccable form and a vengeful streak. He could curse your cattle, infect your army, or smite your lover's mortal soul, all while playing a haunting melody on his lyre. His twin sister, Artemis, kept to the forests, spearing stags and fending off any mortal man who so much as looked at her with improper intent. Her bath time was sacrosanct, as Actaeon learned too late when he accidentally caught a glimpse of her nude and was, by way of cosmic justice, turned into a stag and torn apart by his own dogs. Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty, and extravagant emotional messes, could start wars with a flutter of her lashes. The entire Trojan War, remember, happened because she promised Paris the most beautiful woman in the world who, small hitch, was already married. Her marriage to Hephaestus, the clever but ungainly smith of the gods, was a marvel of irony. Beauty and brilliance joined in eternal mismatch. Of course, she preferred Ares, god of war, who was attractive in a brutal sort of way, all chest and bloodlust and unrepentant shouting. Their tryst, caught in Hephaestus' cunningly crafted invisible net, was once displayed for all of Olympus to laugh at. A divine tabloid headline, caught in the act, love goddess and war, god snared mid-cuddle. Then there was Hermes, who by the age of 1 day old had stolen Apollo's cattle, invented the lyre from a tortoise shell, and bartered peace with a cheeky grin. As the messenger god, Hermes flitted between realms, Olympus, Earth, and the underworld, delivering news, jokes, and the occasional stolen sandal. If the gods needed someone to start a rumor or spread a divine press release, Hermes was your man. He also moonlighted as the patron of thieves, travelers, merchants, and cunning tricksters, which says quite a lot about what the Greeks valued in a communicator. And finally, Dionysus, last to arrive at Olympus, and very much the god who brought wine to a toga party. His cult spread like wildfire among the Greek countryside, bringing with it music, madness, and an alarming number of goatskins. To some he was liberating, to others, unsettling. His followers, the Maenads, were famous for their ecstatic dances, their frenzied shrieks, and in extreme stories, their tendency to dismember wild animals, and occasionally a mortal or two, with bare hands during ritual euphoria. The line between religious awe and complete psychosis was, with Dionysus, thin and intentionally blurred. He didn't ask you to behave, he asked you to let go of your inhibitions, your sanity, and occasionally your clothes. The Olympian 12, plus or minus a few, as the roster rotated depending on local cults and who was in the mood, ruled over everything the Greeks could name. From sun and storm to sea and wine, marriage and war, wisdom and childbirth, they had it covered. But their rule wasn't absolute in the authoritarian sense. The gods were revered, yes, but they were also discussed, teased, appealed to, and manipulated. A clever mortal could get around divine wrath with the right offering, the right prayer, the right performance. The gods might have been almighty, but they were also impressionable. They responded to flattery, grandeur, and showmanship. So naturally the Greeks set out to impress them. They did it through ritual, sacrifice, and above all, architecture. The gods, one might imagine, could live quite comfortably up on Olympus, but the Greeks decided to build them second homes, grand temples, perched on hills, aligned with the rising sun, decked in gold and marble and humming with prayers. And not just one per god, no, each deity had hundreds of addresses. There was Athena in Athens, of course, but also in Sparta, Lindos, and Argos. Zeus had temples scattered like confetti, Olympia, Dodona, Nemea, and every small hilltop with a view. Apollo had Delphi, more on that in due time, but also Delos, Claros, and Didyma. These temples were as much about the city's status as they were about divine devotion. Build a bigger, better, more blindingly white temple, and you showed the gods and your neighbors just how holy and successful your people were. A Greek temple was a god's house, its sacred heart a room called the naos or cella, where a cult statue of the deity resided. These statues weren't dusty sculptures for display, they were thought to contain the essence of the god. Not the god entirely, Zeus wasn't trapped in a statue like a genie, but a bit of divine presence, as if the god popped by to check the mailbox and stayed for wine. The statue was washed, clothed, and fed with incense and offerings. On festival days, it might even be taken for a walkabout procession to wave at the crowds and enjoy the adoration. But the real magic, the buzzing, public, gloriously theatrical part, happened outside the temple. Sacrifices, singing, praying, feasting. The altar stood before the temple, under open sky, where smoke could rise to Olympus and deliver the savory bouquet of burnt thigh bones and fat. The Greeks believed the gods adored the smell of sacrifice. The meaty bits were for the mortals. The smoke, the fat, the bones, those were for the divine nostrils. Sacrifices were often accompanied by hymns, dancing, and processions, with everyone dressed to impress. The gods liked a show, and the Greeks were happy to provide. Because the gods must be crazy, yes, but they were also crazy about being properly adored, and the Greeks, with their flair for drama and their ear for a good story, made sure they were never bored. Chapter 6, Part 2. Temples are fortresses, and the goats of Apollo. The temple, for all its solemnity, was rarely a place of quiet reflection. At its best, it was equal parts shrine, stage, vault, and occasionally civic bank. It was where the divine met the architectural, the political met the sacred, and the gods met your municipal tax surplus. Temples weren't houses of worship in the modern sense. There were no pews, no sermons, no priests clearing their throats in dim cloisters. Most Greeks never entered the sacred chamber, naos, of their own city's grand temple. That room belonged to the god, and perhaps the priests and priestesses who tended to the divine statue, clothed it, cleaned it, and occasionally paraded it around in festival regalia like a very holy mannequin. Worship, for the rest of the populace, took place outside under the open sky before the altar. There, sacrifices were performed, not for private prayer, but for public performance. The air filled with the scent of burning barley, sizzling fat, and singed fleece as the day's unlucky goat or cow met its ceremonial end. The gods got the smoke and bones because of a sneaky trick by Prometheus, and the people got the meat, roasted and shared communally, a divine dinner party with fire, drums, and possibly interpretive dance. Greek temples were dazzling to behold. Marble columns, gilded ceilings, and intricately carved pediments depicted the grand stories of myth. Athena battling giants, Apollo slaying the python, Zeus throwing thunderbolts with that trademark dramatic flair, some temples aligned with the rising sun on a festival day, bathing the god statue in golden morning light, some perched atop city hills, acropolis naturally, to remind everyone that their god had the best view in town, and some even doubled as city treasuries, storing offerings, gold, and public funds. Why? Because what better safe deposit box than one under the ever-watchful eyes of a temperamental immortal? The Pan-Hellenic sanctuaries, like those at Olympia, Delphi, Delos, and Epidaurus, weren't just religious centers. They were diplomatic forums, cultural hubs, and the ancient Greek version of Davos. Treasuries built by different polis lined the sacred precincts, each more elaborate than the last. Look upon our treasury, a city-state might say, and tremble at our ability to commission a dozen sculptors and still have funds left for a golden tripod. Even the treasuries were competitive architecture, temples within temples of civic pride, adorned with dedications in marble and bronze, each one a not-so-subtle declaration of, our god likes us best. But if the temples were the homes of the gods, the oracles were their Twitter accounts. Places where mortals, weighed down by uncertainty, could send a question heavenward and receive back a riddle, a poem, or occasionally a full-on hallucinogenic cryptic crossword. The grandest and most maddening of these was Delphi. There, at the very center of the Greek world, literally according to the mythic omphalos stone that Zeus allegedly dropped from the sky, lay the Temple of Apollo, nestled dramatically on Mount Parnassus. Pilgrims came from every city-state, from every class, to ask the same burning question: what in Hades am I supposed to do next? Delphi's fame rested on its resident Pythia, a priestess chosen from the local village. She was no glamorous Vestal Virgin or virginal high priestess dressed in starry robes. She was usually an older woman, wise, sober, and of blameless reputation, who, after appropriate purification, fasted, prayed, and then sat upon a tripod over a fissure in the temple floor to become the mouthpiece of Apollo himself. It is here that ancient piety meets psychedelic mystery. For centuries, reports claimed the Pythia entered a trance, sometimes gently, sometimes convulsively, while vapors rose from below. At first, modern scholars scoffed. There is no fissure, they said. There are no vapors. But then, quite deliciously, modern geology found exactly that: a fault line beneath Delphi that emitted sweet-smelling gases like ethylene, a known euphoric. The ancients, it turns out, had located their most famous oracle on a geological gas leak. Brilliant. In her altered state, the Pythia would babble, speak in tongues, or chant her revelations. Nearby priests would dutifully record her pronouncements and turn them into verse. Not straightforward answers, oh, never that, but beautifully ambiguous hexameters that left just enough room for interpretation to ensure that no god was ever caught making a definitive, and thus falsifiable, prediction. Take King Croesus of Lydia, fabulously wealthy and equally anxious. He consulted Delphi before launching war on Persia. The Pythia told him, if you cross the river Halys, you will destroy a great empire. Elated, Croesus marched east, only to have his own empire destroyed. The oracle, when challenged, simply shrugged its metaphysical shoulders. I didn't say which empire, came the reply. A masterpiece of divine non-committal. Or consider Themistocles, who asked if Athens should fight the Persians by sea. The oracle told him Athens would be saved by a wooden wall. Some argued that meant retreating behind the Acropolis palisades. Themistocles, wisely, decided it meant ships. Good call. The Battle of Salamis, won by triremes, saved Greece. The wooden wall, it turns out, floats. Such oracles were indispensable. No military campaign, no colony founded, no public policy could proceed without a consultation. Want to invade Sicily? Ask the oracle. Want to build a new temple? Ask the oracle. Want to cure your rash? Ask the oracle, but maybe also apply some olive oil just in case. But Delphi was not the only mouthpiece of the gods. Far to the north in Dodona, the oracle of Zeus spoke through a sacred oak tree. Supplicants listened to the rustling leaves or the ringing of bronze cauldrons hung nearby and interpreted the sounds as divine speech. Some believe priestesses, called Pleiades, or doves, also gave voice to Zeus, perhaps entering a light trance or simply offering no-nonsense answers to yes-no questions inscribed on lead tablets. Will my crops flourish? Should I marry Aristagoras? The oracles at Dodona were straightforward compared to Delphi's riddling. Sometimes you just want Zeus to say yes or no. Yet whether from tree or tripod, all oracles shared one thing: power. A successful prophecy could transform a mortal into a hero or a city into a sanctuary. A misinterpreted one could do the opposite. The gods, like any good drama writers, enjoyed plot twists, and even if you weren't rich or powerful, there were always local cults and festivals. The god didn't need a mountaintop throne to hear you. He or she might be present in a roadside shrine, a Herm statue, complete with immodest appendage, or a quiet olive grove. This was the beauty of Greek religion. It was public and personal, grand and intimate. The gods might dine on incense and hear prayers from oracles, but they were also in your kitchen hearth, your field's furrow, your child's cradle. They weren't just in heaven, they were here, sulking, laughing, seducing, whispering, watching, and mortals, with a healthy blend of awe and audacity, did their best to keep them entertained. Chapter 6, Part 3. Nobody's quite sure what happened last night, but everyone feels somehow closer to eternity. There were temples, there were oracles, there were daily devotions and high holy days, but for some Greeks that wasn't quite enough. The gods of Olympus were majestic, yes, but also a bit distracted. Zeus had affairs to pursue, Hera had grudges to nurse, Poseidon was eternally storming about something, and even wise Athena didn't always return your call. So what if you wanted something more? Something personal, transformative, something that made your hair stand on end and your soul feel like it had swallowed a thunderclap. Enter the mystery cults. These were the secret societies of the sacred world, the velvet rope clubs of divine experience. You didn't just offer a sheep and go home with a warm feeling of piety. No, here, you were initiated, sworn to secrecy, and invited to undergo rituals so powerful that they promised you a better afterlife, a deeper connection to the gods, and possibly a very strange night you were absolutely never allowed to describe. The most famous and most enduring of these were the Eleusinian mysteries, celebrated in the small but spiritually bustling town of Eleusis, just outside Athens. Their core myth was already well known: Demeter and Persephone, a tale of loss, descent, and return. Persephone, daughter of Demeter, the goddess of grain and harvest, was plucking flowers one day when the earth split open and up came Hades, lord of the underworld, in a chariot pulled by shadowy horses. He snatched her away because Greek gods rarely understood consent and dragged her down to his gloomy realm. Demeter, discovering her daughter gone, was livid. She searched the world, disguised herself as an old woman, cursed kings who disrespected her, and finally, in her grief, refused to let anything grow. The fields withered, crops failed, the world starved. Eventually, a deal was struck. Persephone would return, but because she'd eaten a few pomegranate seeds in the underworld, never snack in Hades, that's rule number 1, she had to go back each year. Thus, the seasons. When Persephone is above, Demeter rejoices and spring bursts forth. When she descends again, the world mourns with her, and winter arrives. It was a myth that touched everyone, kings, farmers, mothers. It explained the rhythms of the earth, the nature of grief, and the hope of rebirth. And at Eleusis, you could live it. Initiates gathered once a year. First, they processed from Athens to Eleusis, walking the sacred way, chanting and singing, some probably a bit tipsy on ritual wine. They fasted, purified themselves in the sea, and entered the telesterion, the great hall of initiation. There, in the darkness, something happened. What exactly, no one knows. That's the whole point of a mystery. Every initiate swore not to reveal the rites, and by some miracle of reverence or fear, most kept the vow. We know there was light, and darkness, sound, and silence, a representation of death and rebirth. A single stalk of grain may have been shown, radiant in torchlight. Whatever it was, it left people transformed. The poet Pindar, himself an initiate, said that those who went through the mysteries no longer feared death. Happiness awaited them in the afterlife, a promise not found in ordinary Greek religion, where the best you could usually hope for was a gloomy eternity in the asphodel fields with the occasional shade of a hero wandering by. The Eleusinian mysteries weren't the only game in town. There were the Orphic mysteries, based on the teachings of Orpheus, that tragic lyrist who sang his way into Hades to rescue his beloved Eurydice, only to lose her again by glancing back too soon. Orphics believed in the immortality of the soul, the sinfulness of the body, and the hope of ultimate purification through successive reincarnations. Followers practiced strict diets, vegetarian often, carried little gold tablets in their graves inscribed with afterlife instructions, and swore off certain pleasures to keep the soul unsullied. It was mystical, ascetic, and very in vogue among certain philosophical circles. Think Pythagoras with a tambourine and better funeral planning. Then came the Bacchic cults, centered on Dionysus, patron of wine, madness, and ecstatic surrender. His rituals were a wild contrast to the orderly world of state religion. Maenads, his female devotees, roamed the hills in frenzied dance, sometimes carrying thyrsus wands, fennel stalks topped with ivy, sometimes tearing apart animals in a state of holy intoxication. To the outside eye, it looked like unhinged revelry, but to the participants, it was sacred, a way to lose the self, to merge with the god, to touch the ecstatic. Other cults popped up here and there, always filling some niche. The cult of Asclepius, god of healing, offered sanctuary for the sick. You'd sleep overnight in one of his temples, say at Epidaurus, and hope the god visited you in a dream with medical advice. Perhaps eat more lentils, or stop getting stabbed, or rub this herb on that wound. Afterwards, you'd offer a model of the healed body part in clay or bronze. Archaeologists have found shelves full of votive ears, arms, eyes, livers, an ancient gallery of gratitude. Then there were heroes, mortal men who had done something so impressive, or in some cases so noisy, that they were posthumously honored as quasi-divine beings. Heracles, Theseus, Achilles, they all had shrines, offerings were made, hymns sung. At Thermopylae, fallen warriors were worshipped. At Marathon, the dead were honored in annual rites. A hero could be local, like the founder of a city, or Pan-Hellenic. Some received formal cult status, others simply lingered in local memory. Even abstractions had temples. Victory, Nike, had her own little shrine on the Acropolis. So did Justice, Fear, and even Rumor, who apparently was such a nuisance that she had to be given regular sacrifices just to keep quiet. This riotous religious ecosystem was both incredibly local and profoundly pan-Hellenic. Your city had its patron deity, its own festivals, its own rites, but you still went to Delphi for Apollo's advice, or Olympia to compete under the eye of Zeus. Religion was everywhere, in the home, on the battlefield, in the city assembly. Every oath was sworn to the gods. Every treaty was sealed by sacrifice. Every decision, personal or political, had a whisper of Olympus in its ear. Religion wasn't about belief. There was no holy book, no orthodoxy, no excommunication for doctrinal deviation. You didn't need to believe in the gods any more than you believed in the sun. It was simply reality. They were there. You could see their temples, feel their power in storm and sea. They meddled, they loved, they got bored and made your crops fail. You made offerings, you gave thanks. You tried not to annoy them. It was transactional, yes, but it was also deeply emotional. The gods were family. Capricious uncles, loving mothers, clever cousins, destructive stepfathers. You honored them not just out of fear, but out of affection, awe, and familiarity. And always, you talked about them. The myths weren't remote scripture, they were gossip, passed around like family anecdotes. Did you hear about Zeus turning into a swan again? Aphrodite and Ares got caught in bed by Hephaestus. Can you imagine? Apollo turned another nymph into a tree. Someone needs to have a word. The Greeks lived with their gods as with their own relatives, revered, mocked, feared, loved, and constantly consulted. And whether through a towering column of smoke from a sacrifice, a whispered prayer before sailing, a night in the Telesterion, or a cryptic verse from a woman high on hydrocarbon fumes, the gods spoke. And the Greeks, clever, passionate, skeptical, and devout, listened. Chapter 7, Part 1. Persia gets versus Greece. The first spark came from a city Darius had probably never thought twice about, Sardis. Lovely, wealthy Sardis. And in 498 BCE, it went up in flames courtesy of an improbable coalition of rebellious Ionian Greeks and some distant, extremely self-righteous Athenians and Eretrians who decided, on a whim and a few ships, that they were the defenders of Hellenic liberty. The Ionian revolt was not especially well planned, more passion than logistics, but somehow the rebels managed to take and torch Sardis, the satrapal capital of Western Asia Minor and a crown jewel in the empire of Darius III, King of Kings, king of all who eat without being told off by the gods. When Darius heard that his own subjects had torched a key Persian city, with outside help from those pesky Greeks, he blinked and asked a question that would become rather famous. Who, exactly, are the Athenians? And once he was told, he made a note to remember them. Then, because Darius was nothing if not consistent, he made everyone remember them. He drew an arrow, fired it into the sky in a vow to Ahura Mazda, and instructed a royal servant to remind him every single day, at dinner no less, to master, remember the Athenians. Just in case he was enjoying his stuffed grape leaves too much. The Ionian revolt fizzled out by 493 BCE, of course. The Persian army came down hard, razing cities like Miletus and brutally ending the rebel dreams. But Athens and Eretria, who had dared meddle in the affairs of the King of Kings, were marked for divine-style retribution. Darius turned his gaze westward across the Aegean, where a patchwork of quarrelsome city-states dared to exist without a Persian satrap breathing down their necks. It was time to introduce them to empire. In 492 BCE, Darius sent his son-in-law Mardonius to test the waters. Mardonius, a smooth-talking noble with lots of confidence and not enough experience, marched north from the Hellespont, reasserted control over Thrace, and persuaded Macedon to be a loyal vassal. All good. Then he tried to sail around Mount Athos. The problem with Mount Athos, apart from being a jagged claw of rock into the sea, is that Poseidon seems to loathe hubris. A vicious storm smashed the Persian fleet to pieces. 300 ships were lost, and 20,000 men drowned. It was, all in all, an excellent demonstration of what happened when nature refused to bow to empire. Darius took the setback in stride, by which I mean he fired people, plotted harder, and decided to sail across the Aegean next time instead of going around it. In 490 BCE, he launched his real invasion, a direct strike across the sea under Datis and Artaphernes with 600 triremes and an army to match. Tagging along was the sprightly ghost of tyranny past, Hippias, the deposed tyrant of Athens, now gray and bitter and extremely excited to help the Persians flatten his old city and put him back on the throne. The first stop was Naxos, which had previously resisted Persia. This time, they didn't stand a chance. Naxos was pillaged, burned, and left to smolder like a warning. Then came Eretria, which received the full Persian treatment: siege, betrayal, sacking, and mass enslavement. Darius's revenge for Sardis was complete. Now it was time to collect on his dinner oath. Next came Athens. Datis steered the fleet to Marathon, a flat coastal plain perfect for cavalry. Hippias smiled, remembering his family's old estates there. When he stepped off the ship, however, his loose tooth fell from his mouth, landed in the sand, and vanished. Taking this as a bad omen, as well he might, Hippias muttered that only a bit of his remains would ever return to Athens. And thus, prophecy began working overtime. Back in Athens, panic brewed, but instead of hiding behind walls, the Athenians did something shocking. They marched out. Under the leadership of Miltiades, a general with a complicated past and a personal grudge against Persia, the Athenians made camp near Marathon, joined by 1,000 loyal Plataeans, tiny but brave. They sent a runner, Phidippides, sprinting 150 miles to Sparta, begging for help. The Spartans said they'd love to help, but they were in the middle of a sacred festival and couldn't leave until the full moon. Religion, you see, waits for no army. So the Athenians, around 10,000 of them, prepared to stand alone. Miltiades argued passionately to attack now, while the Persians were still disembarking. He won the vote, and on a crisp morning, the Greek phalanx ran at the Persian line, a suicidal move by normal standards. Persian archers loosed clouds of arrows. The Greeks kept running, and then they hit. The hoplites, with their heavy bronze armor and long spears, shredded the Persian infantry at close quarters. The Greek flanks broke the enemy wings and wheeled inward, enveloping the Persian center. Panic spread. Thousands of Persians were cut down or drowned trying to reach their ships. The Greeks captured 7 triremes and sent the rest packing. A Persian plan B tried to sail around to attack Athens directly, but the Athenian hoplites marched back the full 26 miles to the city, arriving just as the fleet approached. Datis, seeing those same spearmen already on the beach, gave up and went home. Athens had saved itself. Sparta arrived 2 days late, admired the Persian corpses, and nodded politely. The Athenians were jubilant. A young Themistocles, watching all this, was quietly taking notes. But Darius wasn't done. Oh no, he planned a massive second invasion. Then Egypt rebelled. Then Darius died. His son Xerxes, grand, golden, and moodier than a Persian soap opera, inherited the throne and the unfinished revenge. Xerxes wasn't immediately keen on invading Greece, but his cousin Mardonius persuaded him, perhaps with dreams of conquest, glory, and matching palaces in Delphi. After a few ominous dreams, possibly staged by the palace astrologers, who knows, Xerxes committed. He ordered the digging of a canal across Mount Athos to avoid another storm disaster. He built pontoon bridges across the Hellespont. When the first ones collapsed in a storm, he famously whipped the sea and threw shackles into the waves to punish it. Yes, Xerxes whipped the sea, because when you're king of kings, you're also king of petulance. By 480 BCE, Xerxes had assembled the largest army the Greeks had ever seen. Herodotus says over 1 million. Modern historians roll their eyes and say maybe 200,000 tops. Still, it was huge. Troops from every corner of the empire marched. Indians in sandals, Ethiopians painted in war colors, Egyptians in linen, Persians in golden armor, Scythians in furs. And behind them came the supply wagons, the engineers, the courtesans, the field kitchens, and one magnificently bored royal tent. As the army crossed the pontoon bridges over the Hellespont, Xerxes sat watching, proud and wistful. Herodotus tells us he cried, suddenly saddened at the thought that not one of these men would be alive in 100 years. It's one of history's more touching moments of imperial melancholy. Then he got back to conquering. The Persian fleet, hundreds of ships strong, moved in parallel. In northern Greece, cities fell over themselves to surrender. Thessaly gave in. Thebes would follow. But not all of Greece rolled over. A congress was held at Corinth, where Athens and Sparta, for once, agreed to cooperate. They formed a Hellenic League, with Sparta leading on land and Athens at sea. It was like getting a cat and a dog to share a sled. Athenian general Themistocles, clever as ever, had used the decade since Marathon to push for a massive naval buildup, funded by a lucky silver strike at Laurium. Athens now had 200 triremes, sleek, fast, deadly ships. Themistocles insisted that the war would be won at sea, not on land. Sparta, predictably, wanted everything to be settled on dry earth with spears and shouting. Themistocles nodded, smiled, and quietly built more ships. Still, the Persians were coming. The Greek plan was to block them at 2 key places, the narrow pass of Thermopylae on land and the Straits of Artemisium at sea. If the Persians could be held there, Greece could rally. Sparta, in the middle of yet another sacred festival, honestly, their calendar was about 80% sacred obligation and 20% staring at foreigners, sent only 300 men. But not just any 300. Leonidas, their king, picked his best warriors, all with living sons to continue their names. They knew they were marching to their deaths. They were joined by allies, 700 Thespians, 400 Thebans, who would later try to surrender, and others totaling about 7,000 men. They reached Thermopylae, the Hot Gates, a narrow pass between cliff and sea. There they built a wall and waited. Xerxes arrived, surveyed the paltry force before him, and laughed. He sent messengers offering terms. Leonidas refused. Then the famous line, "When the Persians demanded the Greeks lay down their arms, Leonidas replied, 'Molon Labe, come and take them.'" For 2 days, the Persians attacked the pass in waves, Medes, Scythians, and finally, the Immortals, Xerxes' elite guards. The Greeks held firm. Their phalanx formations were iron walls. They fought in relays, rested, mocked the enemy. One Spartan, seeing how many arrows darkened the sun, said, "Good, then we'll fight in the shade." Xerxes grew frustrated. Then came the betrayal. A local Greek, Ephialtes, seeking reward, revealed a mountain path around the pass. Xerxes sent troops overnight. By dawn of the 3rd day, the Greeks were surrounded. Leonidas knew. He dismissed the bulk of the allies. The 300 Spartans, the Thespians, who stayed, and a few others remained. They fought to the last man. Leonidas died in the melee. His men fought over his corpse to retrieve it. Finally, ringed by enemies, they fell on a small hillock, pierced by arrows. The Persians, disgusted at the losses, had Leonidas' head cut off and nailed to a pole, a sign of royal fury. But the legend was already born. A small stone later marked the spot with an epitaph, "Go tell the Spartans, passerby, that here, obedient to their laws, we lie." And so Thermopylae fell. The road to Athens lay open. But the Greek resistance had tasted its first glory, and the Persians would soon discover that goats with spears were only the beginning. Chapter 7, Part 2. Athens builds boats, Sparta prays, and Xerxes builds absolutely everything else. The dust was still rising from the charred pass at Thermopylae when word reached the Hellenic League. Leonidas was dead, his 300 Spartans were dead, the Thespians were dead, the Thebans had mostly surrendered and would never live that down, and now Xerxes and his army were marching straight for central Greece. Behind him, the sea lay littered with the debris of Artemisium, where the Greek fleet had, miraculously, held its own for several days, despite being vastly outnumbered and then tactfully retreated once the land front collapsed. The Greek plan had worked, after a fashion. Thermopylae and Artemisium had bought them a few days of time, and those few days, as it turned out, would make all the difference. While Sparta buried its king in epics and athletic dedications, Athens panicked constructively. You see, Athens was not a walled city in the way others were. It had some fortifications, yes, but not enough to stop hundreds of thousands of Persian soldiers and their caravans of cavalry, cooks, and eunuchs. Nor did Athens expect to win a pitched land battle against the full might of Persia. So Themistocles, that most silver-tongued of strategists, did what Athenians do best. He gave a rousing speech, invoked the will of the gods, then calmly recommended abandoning the city. Themistocles' plan was radical. He proposed that Athens evacuate entirely women, children, elderly, and all non-combatants onto the island of Salamis and other safe ports. The men of fighting age would crew the Athenian navy, now the most powerful in Greece thanks to Themistocles' earlier foresight and the dazzling silver strike at Laurium. Instead of defending walls, Athens would defend itself with wooden walls, a clever reference to a recent Delphic oracle which had declared that only a wooden wall shall not fall. Some Athenians had thought this meant literally building a wooden stockade around the Acropolis, which some did hilariously, only for the Persians to burn it down. But Themistocles was certain. The wooden wall meant ships, and what ships they were. Greek triremes were the Formula One cars of the ancient world, sleek, triple-decked, narrow, fast, and designed to ram and sink anything in their path. Athens had built 200 of them, all manned by citizens, rowed by the poor, commanded by the rich, a model of sweaty, salty democracy in action. Themistocles bet everything on this fleet. Meanwhile, Xerxes was busy making a spectacle of his victory. The Persian army pushed into central Greece like a rolling wave of silk and iron. Cities submitted, some didn't. Xerxes marched unopposed into Boeotia and then toward Athens itself. The city had been emptied, evacuated with remarkable efficiency thanks to the persuasive powers of Themistocles and the ominous approach of an empire. Some stubborn Athenians and priests remained behind on the Acropolis, believing their gods would protect them. They didn't. Xerxes, never one to miss a dramatic flourish, burned the Acropolis. The temples, the sacred precincts, the wooden wall, it all went up in flames. Herodotus says the Persians slaughtered those who had stayed behind and then torched everything as a divine rebuke. The smoke of the Acropolis drifted across the Saronic Gulf, visible from Salamis, where the Greek fleet lay anchored and watching. Now the question was, would Athens end here, reduced to smoldering ruins, its people scattered? Or would the wooden wall prove mightier than the golden throne? Enter Themistocles, again, still not out of ideas. The Greek fleet had convened at Salamis, a narrow strait between the island and the mainland, alongside a few Peloponnesian allies, Spartans, Corinthians, Aeginetans, and others. The Spartans, naturally, suggested retreating further south to the Isthmus of Corinth, building a wall there and leaving Athens to its fate. But Themistocles had one final trick up his sea-worn sleeve. He intended to fight in the straits, using the geography to negate the Persian numbers. How to convince the rest? He lied. Themistocles secretly sent a message to Xerxes. The Greeks are quarreling. If you attack now, you'll win easily. Xerxes, thinking the gods must love him for how well this was going, took the bait. He ordered his fleet to block off all exits from the straits, trapping the Greek fleet against the shore. But this, of course, was exactly what Themistocles had wanted. He knew that in open water, the Persian fleet, larger, more maneuverable, had the advantage. But in the narrow, bottle-necked straits of Salamis, the sheer number of Persian ships would work against them. They would jam up, panic, and become fish food. Dawn broke. Themistocles is said to have paced to the shore, invoking Artemis, the virgin goddess of sharp-eyed judgment, and Athena, protector of cities. Meanwhile, the Greeks boarded their ships with grim faces and salt-hardened hands, and as the wind picked up and the tide surged into the strait, the Greeks rowed to meet fate. The battle would rage and history would turn, but that is another chapter. This one ends with Xerxes seated on a throne upon a coastal cliff, surrounded by scribes and guards, gazing down at a sea where his fleet should have had the upper hand. Below him, Greek triremes broke through like dolphins on a bender. Themistocles smiled in the shadow of his sail. The final reckoning was coming, and it would be delivered by oars, bronze, and the cleverness of a city that had traded land for liberty. Chapter 7, Part 3. Persians stumble, Spartans sulk, and Leonidas becomes legend. What followed next would not just shake Greece, it would bruise Persia's pride so deeply that centuries later, Macedonian princes would still dine out on it. But first, let's rewind the ribbon a little, just to the aftermath of Thermopylae. For though Leonidas and his 300 were now heroic smudges in Persian history books, their stand had bought just enough time for Greece to regroup, strategize, and do what Greece did best: squabble magnificently under pressure. The Hellenic League, still held together mostly with spit, oaths, and shared loathing for Persian hegemony, now faced the real nightmare. Athens was in flames. Xerxes had made a dramatic entrance into the city, walked the Acropolis with a detached air of historical appreciation, and then set it ablaze. A few die-hard Athenians had stayed behind, naively hoping the gods might intervene. Spoiler, they didn't. The Persians put up effigies of their king, looted temples, and reportedly made offerings to Apollo to show how delightfully ecumenical they were about religious vandalism. Yet even as the smoke curled into the heavens, Athens hadn't fallen, not really. The people were alive, safely ferried to Salamis, Aegina, and the Peloponnese, where they sharpened their knives, built more triremes, and listened to Themistocles. This was a task in itself. Themistocles, remember, was a man who could talk silver out of stone. Clever, relentless, manipulative, and absurdly good at speeches, he had risen from humble birth to become Athens' de facto wartime leader. While others wept for their homes, Themistocles looked at the sea and saw opportunity. Because now the fleets were gathering. The Greek navy, 370 ships strong, clustered in the straits of Salamis, a narrow, wiggly corridor of water between the island and the Athenian coast. This strait, as Themistocles knew and no one else wanted to believe, was the perfect trap. The Persians had perhaps 600 ships, many larger, many manned by Ionians, Greek cousins fighting on the wrong side, and all too wide to maneuver freely. If they could be lured into the straits, it would be like trying to row a war elephant through a keyhole. So Themistocles sent a letter to Xerxes. In it, he claimed the Greeks were in disarray, disunited, ready to flee. If Xerxes wanted an easy win, all he had to do was block their exit and attack at dawn. Xerxes, full of regal confidence and spice-scented hubris, leapt at the bait. He sent his fleet into the straits, bottling up the Greeks exactly as Themistocles intended. On the morning of the Battle of Salamis, 480 BCE, the Persian fleet surged into the channel like a school of arrogant dolphins. Above them, on the mainland cliffs, Xerxes sat on a golden throne, surrounded by scribes, watching the battle unfold like it was his personal Colosseum. He expected to be entertained. He was, just not in the way he'd planned. The Greek triremes, slimmer, sleeker, and helmed by crews who knew every curve of the channel, danced through the water like knives. They rammed, sliced, darted, and reversed. The heavier Persian ships found themselves jammed in by their own comrades. Confusion reigned. The wind turned. A Phoenician ship rammed another Persian galley by mistake. The shouting turned to screaming. And Xerxes watched his glorious armada collapse like a badly built sandcastle. The Greeks sank or disabled 200 Persian ships. Their own losses? Trifling. More than that, the Greeks proved that courage and cunning could overturn the brute mass of empire. Themistocles, watching the chaos from his deck, may have smirked. Athens had no walls, but it had wooden ones, and they floated beautifully. Now Xerxes, panicked and probably not quite breathing through his nose, realized that his bridge back to Asia, his precious Hellespont pontoon bridges, was vulnerable. If the Greek navy cut off his retreat, he could be trapped in Greece with an army that, while massive, couldn't survive without supply lines. So, doing what any good despot with trust issues would do, he left. Yes, Xerxes gathered his personal guard, left Mardonius in charge, and fled north. His armies torched Athens again out of spite before withdrawing. The message was clear. We came, we saw, we sort of conquered, we burned things, and we're leaving before you kill us all. But Mardonius remained, and with him a Persian army still capable of overwhelming Greece. He offered Athens a deal. Join Persia, be the capital of free Greeks under royal protection, and get rebuilt in gold. Athens said no, burned again, and hunkered down. In 479 BCE, the final clash came at Plataea, and it would be Sparta's turn to shine. King Pausanias, regent for the underage Spartan heir, led a mixed Greek force. The battle was a lumbering, awkward mess of repositioning and miscommunication. Half the Greeks nearly didn't show up, and those who did bickered about positioning like kids at a school play, but in the end, Greek bronze beat Persian silk. Mardonius was killed by a thrown rock, of all things, and the Persian army scattered. On the same day, by glorious coincidence or brilliant coordination, the Greek navy scored another victory at Mycale, across the Aegean, burning the rest of the Persian fleet on the Anatolian coast. The Persian threat was over. What came next? A decade of smugness, monuments, victory songs, a suspicious amount of chest hair on sculptures, and Athens gradually turning from underdog hero to imperial bully. But in the moment, as the smoke from Thermopylae and Salamis cleared, all of Greece stood taller. Marathon had shown that Persia could bleed, Thermopylae showed that Greeks could die well, Salamis showed that brains beat bulk, and so, when Persia showed up with 1 million men, Greece responded with oars, muscle, and defiance, most of it naked. The gods, one suspects, were impressed. Chapter 8, Part 1. Rebuild first, apologize to Sparta. Later. When the Athenians returned home in 479 BC, they found their beloved Acropolis a blackened husk. The Persians had burned temples, smashed statues, and generally vandalized the city like a very angry insurance claim. But rather than weep, the Athenians blinked once, sighed deeply, rolled up their tunics, and began to rebuild. And not just rebuild, reinvent. Athens had been razed, and now it would rise, grander and smugger than ever. Job 1 was walls, big ones, stone fortifications thick enough to hold off not only Persians, but jealous neighbors. Enter Themistocles, the golden-tongued statesman with a talent for turning stone into strategy. word reached him that Sparta, the glowering, spear-twirling Sparta, wasn't thrilled about Athens throwing up walls without consulting the cool, bronze-plated dads of the Peloponnese. The Spartans sent ambassadors to discuss matters. They suggested quite diplomatically that no northern city should have tall walls, for the collective security of Greece and all that. Themistocles smiled, bowed, and lied through his teeth. "Oh, we're not doing anything so silly as building huge fortifications," he cooed. "But of course, if you're worried, do send some envoys to verify." And while those dignitaries trundled toward Athens at Spartan pace, Themistocles sent urgent word to the citizens. "Build like you've never built before." Athens went into a kind of frenzy. Men, women, children, slaves, goats, possibly, all stacking stones and hauling rubble to form the walls. Anything went. Ruined temples, column drums, bits of old statuary, possibly the odd kitchen sink. The Spartans arrived to find the walls completed. Their polite protest was met with Themistoclean shrugs. What could he say? "You travel slow. We build fast." That marked the beginning of a long tradition of Athens annoying Sparta in the most graceful, walled-up way possible. Athens, now firmly walled and increasingly bold, turned its gaze outward. Persia was licking its wounds but not gone. So Athens took the lead in a new pan-Hellenic alliance, ostensibly formed to keep the great king's ambitions in check. It was called the Delian League because the initial headquarters and sacred treasury were kept on the island of Delos, home to Apollo, divine music, and very little strategic significance. The league began as a noble idea. Member states would contribute ships or money, and in return, they'd all enjoy the peace and freedom of a Persian-free Aegean. The Spartans, suspicious of naval commitment and allergic to non-Spartan causes, bowed out, so Athens stepped up and didn't step down. You see, as the league's largest contributor, Athens soon began behaving less like a member and more like management. Cities that had once contributed ships now found it more convenient to just pay in silver, tribute it was now being called, and Athens used that silver to build more ships crewed and captained by Athenians. So when League fleets sailed, it was Athens' flag flying highest. The line between allied navy and Athenian armada blurred quite nicely. Or rudely, depending on which city you asked. When Naxos tried to leave the League in 471 BC, Athens responded by blockading it, besieging it, and forcibly re-enrolling it, with reduced privileges and the loss of its own fleet. Thessos, which attempted the same thing in the 460s, due in no small part to Athens nosing around its gold mines, was likewise punished. The city's walls were torn down, navy confiscated, and independence replaced with an annual invoice. Herodotus might have described it with a raised eyebrow. Thucydides would later put it dryly, the Delian League had ceased to be a voluntary alliance and become an empire in all but name. Athens, meanwhile, smiled diplomatically and called it hegemony. The Greek equivalent of, "Don't worry, we've got this." League meetings still happened, but mostly to rubber stamp Athens' decisions, and eventually the treasury was moved from Delos to Athens for security reasons. The silver was now stored in the Parthenon, which is the ancient world's equivalent of transferring your HOA fees directly into Elon Musk's wine cellar. But while the allies simmered with resentment, back in Athens, democracy was humming along gloriously. Enter Pericles. Pericles, tall, aloof, unnervingly calm, and brilliant, became the face of this newly confident Athens. His contemporaries called him Olympian for his lofty bearing. Others, less kindly, called him Squillhead because of the unusually oblong shape of his skull. Artists solved this unflatteringly accurate trait by always depicting him in a helmet, indoors and out, as if ready for surprise war at the agora. Pericles was aristocratic by birth, but popular with the people. A brilliant orator, strategist, and all-around dazzling presence, he came to dominate Athenian politics for the better part of 3 decades. And under his leadership, Athens would become what it believed itself to be, the center of the world. It started with reforms. Pericles continued the radical democratic ideas of his predecessors. He instituted payment for public service, so even poor Athenians could afford to sit on juries and attend the assembly. The Athenian courts were no minor business. Hundreds of citizens, drawn by lot, judged everything from property disputes to criminal trials. It was democracy by dice roll and debate, and now it was accessible to all. If you were a male citizen and you had a decent toga and a free afternoon, you were the state. But the real showstopper of Pericles' rule was what he built. Not content to merely out-organize his enemies, Pericles set out to outshine the gods, and he started where it mattered, the Acropolis. The Persians had burned it down. Now Athens would turn it into something glorious, a shining testament to democracy, Athena, and Athenian architectural swagger. The result would be the Parthenon, the single most recognizable building in ancient Greece, and not, incidentally, one funded largely by league contributions. Imagine being a city-state dutifully paying your tribute to Delos, only to find out your money was now going into golden statues and temple friezes in Athens. It was like discovering your taxes had been spent on your neighbor's marble jacuzzi and not your own sewage system. But what a jacuzzi! The Parthenon was more than a temple. It was a declaration, constructed under the artistic direction of Phidias, the greatest sculptor of the age, and, briefly, Pericles' best friend until accused of embezzling ivory. It was a perfect fusion of form, scale, and hubris. Its columns bowed imperceptibly inward, its floors subtly convex, all to fool the eye into seeing perfect straight lines. Inside, a 40-foot statue of Athena Parthenos, glittering with gold and ivory, stared down with serene authority, a spear in one hand and a 6-foot Nike figure in the other. It was magnificent. It was breathtaking. It was very expensive. And it wasn't alone. Pericles had the Acropolis crowned with splendor, the Propylaea, the Erechtheion, the temple of Athena Nike. Athens wasn't just a city anymore. It was a message. We won the war. We lead the league. We build in marble. You're welcome. And the message didn't stop at architecture. It spread like wildfire into culture, art, theater, and philosophy, which we'll tackle properly next chapter. Athens became a stage, and not just metaphorically. Plays were now the dominant cultural force, and theater a civic duty. Citizens would gather on the southern slope of the Acropolis at the Theater of Dionysus, stone seats cradling thousands, to watch tragedies sponsored by the wealthy elite, yet judged by the common crowd. Aeschylus had already stunned audiences with the Persians, a play about the war from the Persians' point of view. Sophocles now emerged with his finely tuned dramas. Antigone, Oedipus Rex, Electra. These weren't just plays, they were philosophical gut punches dressed as poetry. And if that wasn't enough, along came Euripides, moody and brilliant, questioning everything from tradition to the gods themselves. His Medea had audiences leaning in with horror and intrigue as a mother murdered her own children in revenge. His Hippolytus skewered the hypocrisy of piety. Theater was no longer myth reenactment, it was moral therapy for an increasingly complicated city. All this, drama, architecture, democracy, Delian dues, was Athens in her golden prime. To many Greeks, it was radiant, inspiring, and slightly nauseating. The Athenians acted like the coolest kid in school, smart, rich, creative, and a bit of a show-off. The kind who corrects your grammar mid-conversation and also just won the poetry competition. Again. And across the Peloponnesus, Sparta glared. Sparta, with its Spartan simplicity, looked at Athens and saw a decadent peacock strutting on a rooftop. Corinth fretted about Athenian trade monopolies. Thebes, still nursing grudges from past humiliations, eyed the rising Athenian empire with suspicion. The Delian League was increasingly viewed not as a league but an empire in drag. But for the moment, Athens remained unbothered. The ships were fast, the tributes flowed, the statues gleamed, and Pericles, helmet in place, profile perfect, presided like a secular god atop a marble city. And just offstage, the whispering of the fates. Not yet, but soon. Chapter 8, Part 2. Athens invents greatness and smugness. The further Athens climbed, the more convinced it became that it was not simply blessed by the gods, but a bit of a god itself. And why not? Every year brought new triumphs. The theaters buzzed with fresh tragedies. The Parthenon neared completion, glinting in the sun like Athena's own handbag. The navy prowled the Aegean like a swarm of muscular dolphins. The Delian League, originally an equal alliance of brothers in arms, had become a sort of tribute-based subscription service to Athens' ego. Under Pericles, now the unshakable conductor of this grand civic symphony, Athens had transformed from a scrappy, sea-loving city-state into an imperial cultural superpower. the transformation was subtle at first. Athens had always considered itself a little smarter, a little braver, and certainly a lot prettier than its Greek neighbors. But now it had the funds, the ships, and the architects to prove it. Once the Delian League treasury was moved from Delos to Athens, for safety, of course, the flow of money was impossible to ignore. The contribution of allies was no longer optional. It was baked into Athens' budgeting, like the olive oil tax. Revolt was greeted not with diplomacy, but with blockades, sieges, and enforced economic enlightenment. And once those revolting cities were defeated, their walls were torn down, their fleets confiscated, and their coinage repurposed, often into public sculpture or the annual salary for jury members with strong opinions about grain disputes. Pericles naturally didn't describe this as imperialism. No, he described it as justice. Athens was merely ensuring the smooth functioning of its protective alliance, preserving Hellenic freedom and democratic virtue through superior architecture, financial oversight, and if absolutely necessary, the sword. At home, democracy flourished, or at least developed a taste for theater and politics that no other Greek city could match. Courts swelled with jurors, all now paid for their time thanks to Pericles' reforms. The people adored this. It gave the common citizen a sense of power, justice, and at least a few obols for lunch. Juries were enormous, 500 citizens at times, all packed together like a political rugby scrum. They listened to orators drone and dramatize, then dropped their secret voting discs into 2 urns, guilty or not guilty. Justice was loud, occasionally arbitrary, but very participatory. Meanwhile, the assembly, held on the Nix Hill, in the open air under the gaze of the gods, buzzed with daily political life. Male citizens could debate military campaigns, tax policy, theatrical subsidies, or whether some sculptor had botched a sacred statue's nose. These were not quiet, contemplative debates. This was democracy as controlled shouting. Decisions were made by raised hands or by strategically positioned rows of citizens yelling "yes" louder than the "no" faction. Imagine Parliament, if Parliament had no speaker, no microphones, no seats, and a lot more sunburn. The Athenian political elite, meanwhile, were in constant flux. Elected generals, strategoi, popular orators, and silver-tongued flatterers all vying for prestige. Yet through all of it, Pericles remained unmoved, re-elected strategos nearly every year, his authority unspoken but complete. He did not shout in the assembly. He simply waited, and when he finally rose to speak, even his rivals quieted. His words were elegant, measured, heavy with that unique blend of philosophical depth and subtle superiority. Pericles' leadership, however, wasn't just about governance. It was about vision, an Athens that embodied excellence itself, where beauty and power merged. He attracted the best minds of the age. Anaxagoras, the philosopher who claimed the sun was a fiery rock and not a god, scandalous, was one of Pericles' close friends. Phidias, the sculptor behind the Parthenon statues, was another. Even Aspasia, the witty and scandalously clever woman Pericles lived with, not a wife, mind you, Pericles had separated from his official wife by mutual agreement, was renowned for her intelligence and was rumored to have ghost-written parts of his speeches. She was a foreign woman who engaged in political debate, which was about as scandalous as it sounds for 5th century Athens. Aristophanes, the comic playwright, would later roast her in verse alongside practically everyone else. Athens was now in full bloom. Art, architecture, festivals, philosophy, science, rhetoric, and sass. The Panathenaic procession wound through the city with its peplos for Athena, public buildings gleamed white under the Attic sun, foreign dignitaries arrived and left dazzled, and on stage the dramatists pushed ever further into the human soul. Sophocles had emerged as the king of tragic clarity. His Antigone, written in the 440s, explored the collision of state law and divine conscience. Should a woman defy the king to bury her brother? What happens when authority becomes arrogance? Audiences wept and nodded, perhaps glancing at Pericles on his marble seat and wondering just a bit. Then came Oedipus Rex, which asked, "What if your whole life is a giant misunderstanding with the gods and you've already married your mother?" Athens loved tragedy, but also Athens loved comedy. Old comedy, in particular, was wildly rude, politically savage, and unapologetically obscene. Playwrights like Cratinus and Eupolis began poking fun at public figures, while a young Aristophanes sharpened his quill for later devastation. Imagine The Daily Show, if Jon Stewart dressed as a satyr and shouted puns about temple architecture while in a leather phallus. That was Athens on a good day. Of course, all this magnificence came at a cost, and not just financial. The allies were grumbling. The tribute payments felt more like protection money, especially when Athens used those funds to build temples to Athena instead of navy patrols in the east. A city like Samos, which had once stood nearly as an equal, now bristled at being treated like a provincial tax office. In 440 BCE, Samos tried to rebel. Big mistake. Pericles sailed out with the fleet, besieged Samos, bombarded it, and starved it into submission. Samos surrendered and was forced to demolish its walls, surrender its ships, and pay an enormous indemnity. The rest of the League saw this and swallowed their complaints. Athens was beautiful, but also terrifying. Back home, Pericles presented the suppression as a triumph of democracy over aristocratic insolence. The assembly applauded, and the allies took note. If this was what Athens did to its friends, one could only imagine what it had in store for its enemies. And yet, somehow, despite the imperial behavior, Athens still believed itself noble. It wasn't an empire like Persia, they insisted. It was a leader, a protector of liberty, a champion of Hellenic values. If tribute happened to fund the arts, so much the better. It made the entire League more cultured. If Athens decided when and where League fleets would sail, that was merely efficient coordination. In truth, Athens had become the cool kid at school who also ran the school paper, the theater club, and all student council meetings, and who refused to share the drama spotlight. The Acropolis, with its towering temples and golden statues, gleamed with pride and subtle menace. Visitors gawked, citizens preened. The Parthenon's frieze depicted the Athenians themselves in divine procession, as if to say, "We are the gods now." And Sparta seethed. But Sparta, ever slow, ever brooding, waited. It watched the marble shine, heard the tribute coin clink, and thought, soon. But for now, Athens basked in its own perfection, with Pericles in command, the navy at full sail, and the scent of victory still clinging to its robes. It was the greatest city in the Greek world, perhaps the greatest city ever. But the gods, it must be said, have little patience for hubris. Chapter 8, Part 3. Wit, wealth, and one big ego trip. If Athens had a motto during the years following the Persian Wars, it would have been something like, "We're not arrogant, we're just better." And in fairness, by nearly every metric, they rather were. Art, unmatched. Architecture, unparalleled. Military, dominant at sea. Politics, experimenting with a form of democracy so intense it made other Greeks blink. Drama, Sophocles, Euripides, wall-to-wall weeping in sandals. And of course, under the unflappable eye and unusually shaped cranium of Pericles, Athens was the cultural Beyoncé of the ancient world. If Beyoncé also managed a maritime empire and wore a bronze helmet to dinner. But just beneath the polish of perfection, cracks were beginning to show. To outsiders, Athens had gone from liberator of Hellas to controlling ex-boyfriend. Cities that had once cheered her victories now murmured discontent. The Delian League had all the trappings of empire, tribute demands, garrisons, the subtle hint that non-compliance might result in your city being very tastefully demolished. For many allies, the glorious protection of Athens felt more like velvet-covered shackles. But within Athens, it felt like golden hour, literally. The Parthenon gleamed with the silver and tribute of allies. The streets were abuzz with gossip and debate, and philosophers began to crop up like clever weeds. Men with long beards and suspiciously abstract theories wandered the agora, asking questions like, what is virtue? And why is this amphora empty when it was full of wine a moment ago? We'll save Socrates and company for the next chapter, but it's worth noting that this was the atmosphere from which they sprang. A city so self-absorbed, so self-examining, and so dramatically aware of its own brilliance that it practically invented the intellectual midlife crisis. And of course, there was the festival of Dionysus, where once a year the whole city stopped to worship the god of wine, theater, and enthusiastic public nudity. Tragedies were performed before crowds of thousands, poetic bloodbaths examining pride, fate, and all the ways humans blunder their way through life. Pericles himself sponsored the first performance of Aeschylus's The Persians, a tragedy that dared to show the Persian point of view. Imagine Winston Churchill backing a West End play about Hitler's home life. Bold, very bold. Sophocles continued to refine tragedy into something sleek and devastating. His Oedipus Rex made audiences gasp and squirm and leave the theater convinced that perhaps one should always double-check one's parentage. His characters weren't just heroes, they were moral puzzles with sandals. And then came Euripides, Athens' theater contrarian, brooding, questioning, and often staging women who refused to be tragic in the usual sense. Medea, in which a woman murders her children to spite her husband, was probably one of those plays where the audience sat in stunned silence and then burst into awkward clapping. But for every civic virtue Athens now embodied, it was also laying the groundwork for resentment. In 440 BCE, the Samians revolted. Samos had been a privileged member of the Delian League with its own navy and lots of local clout. But when Athens started meddling in a Samos-Miletus quarrel, the Samians snapped. They kicked out the pro-Athenian faction, declared independence, and appealed to other states for support. Pericles responded with brutal efficiency. He led a siege personally lasting 9 months. The Samians surrendered, were fined into penury, and lost their autonomy. It was the League's "this is what happens if you break up with us" moment. The message was clear. Athens had teeth. Beautiful, mathematically harmonious teeth, but teeth nonetheless. And while Pericles continued to speak loftily about Athenian virtue and the glories of democratic freedom, everyone else began to notice that Athens' concept of freedom largely meant "you're free to agree with us." Even Herodotus and other guests in the city began to write between the lines. Athens had become what it once fought against. The rest of Greece was watching. In the Peloponnese, Sparta, brooding in its minimalist glory, remained outwardly impassive. But inside, the ephors and kings were quietly counting ships, sharpening spears, and muttering about balance of power. To Spartans, Athens now looked like a decadent teenager with too much gold and too little humility. Other cities whispered too. Corinth, ancient rival and fellow naval power, had begun feeling squeezed out. Thebes, ever grumpy and proud, seethed with old wounds. Even Delphi, that prestigious dispenser of divine riddles, could sense the winds were shifting. And Athens, ever confident, ever glowing in the afterburn of its golden blaze, did not care. They continued their festivals, staged their tragedies, paid their jurors, and polished their statues. Pericles still stood unchallenged, commanding the fleet, the assembly, the Acropolis. The city believed itself immortal. How could it not? It had become the world's first true metropolis, not by size, but by mind. A city that made art, built temples, invented genres, debated morals, and etched itself into eternity. But Greek tragedy loves irony. The same city that had given the world Antigone, who defied tyranny for conscience, had become a little tyrannical itself. The city that celebrated Oedipus, blind to his own fate, was also blind to the resentment it sowed. And the same city that crowned Medea as both monster and victim was about to learn what vengeance really looked like. Athens had built its golden age, but the gods, who, as every good tragedian reminds us, hate hubris, were stirring the pot. And so, the stage was set. The ships gleamed in the sun, the speeches flowed, the coins were tallied, the statues smiled, and somewhere far away in the quiet mountains of the Peloponnese, Sparta finished tying its sandals. The war had not yet begun, but the applause was fading. Scruffy man, infinite questions, no shoes. If you were wandering through the Athenian agora sometime in the late 5th century BCE, you might have encountered a scene that would have made you pause, tilt your head, and wonder if the old gods weren't trying out a new form of performance art. A rather rumpled man, barefoot, bearded, often staring upwards as if listening to a joke told by the sun itself, would be standing nose to nose with a young aristocrat and calmly asking him things like, "And what is courage precisely?" The young man, visibly sweating, would attempt an answer. The older man would nod kindly, then proceed to twist the lad's reasoning into a pretzel, so complex it might as well have been sold in the Agora bakery. This was Socrates, the original philosophical gadfly. A man so committed to the art of questioning that, despite never writing a single word of his own, would go on to shape the course of Western thought simply by being annoying in the most profound possible way. Socrates had no wealth, no formal office, and no interest in being a teacher in the way teachers were then understood. He claimed he didn't teach at all, only that he asked questions, which is rather like saying Galileo didn't argue, he just looked through his telescope and gently pointed. Socrates' whole life was, by his own account, a kind of divine quest. The god Apollo, speaking through the oracle at Delphi, had once declared that no man was wiser than Socrates, an alarming claim for someone who didn't think he knew much of anything. So Socrates, being Socrates, decided to prove the oracle wrong by wandering around Athens and interrogating everyone who seemed clever, important, or self-satisfied enough to deserve it. Politicians, poets, craftsmen, none were spared. The result? Socrates concluded that while everyone thought they were wise, they weren't. Only he knew that he didn't know, and therefore, by a kind of comic reversal of fortune, he really was the wisest after all. This modesty-born wisdom was maddeningly effective. Socrates, like a philosophical mosquito at a wine tasting, pricked the pride of his fellow citizens again and again. He showed that those in power couldn't define basic virtues, that poets didn't understand their own work, and that wisdom was often just jargon wearing a laurel wreath. He attracted admirers, young men especially, who loved the drama of it all, the theater of thought, the sheer intellectual audacity. One of those men whose devotion would echo down the ages was Plato. Now, Socrates was not handsome. Ancient descriptions say he had a face like a satyr, bulging eyes, snub nose, protruding lips, a face that would scare a fig seller if it weren't smiling so charmingly. He was scruffy, never bathed too often, and walked barefoot even in winter. But he had the charisma of a rock star and the moral gravitas of a prophet. He would drink anyone under the table without ever getting drunk. He was said to stop mid-battle to think about a philosophical problem. And above all, he had the audacity to suggest that a life not examined wasn't worth living. A bold claim in a city where most lives were already full of trouble and didn't need any more examining. His reputation grew, and not all of it was flattering. The comic playwright Aristophanes caricatured Socrates in the clouds as a pompous weirdo floating in the air and teaching young men how to cheat their fathers in court. In the play, Socrates runs a thinkery, as opposed to an academy, where intellectual nonsense is elevated to high art. Aristophanes' satire was brilliant and devastating. Many Athenians began to confuse the real Socrates with this parody. To the average citizen, Socrates was no longer a wise fool, but just a fool who thought he was wise. Worse still, some of Socrates' former students and hangers-on had become, well, deeply unpopular. One became a tyrant. Another tried to dismantle the democracy. Socrates didn't teach them to do these things, he wasn't that kind of instructor, but guilt by association was unavoidable. When Athens, after a long and bitter war, which we'll save for the next chapter, began licking its wounds and blaming everyone for everything, Socrates was ripe for scapegoating. In 399 BCE, at the age of 70, Socrates was put on trial. The charges? Impiety, not worshipping the gods of the city, and corrupting the youth. Which is rich, really, considering that most of Athens was already doing a fine job corrupting its youth without any help. The trial was a spectacle. Socrates, being Socrates, refused to grovel. His speech, preserved for us in Plato's Apology, was as witty, defiant, and calmly reasoned as ever. He explained his mission. He invoked the oracle. He cross-examined his accusers, and in a line that should be embroidered onto every philosophy student's scarf, he declared, "The unexamined life is not worth living." Instead of pleading for mercy, Socrates joked that perhaps he should be rewarded, given free meals at the city's expense like Olympic athletes. The jury, unimpressed by this swagger, sentenced him to death. But Athens, being Athens, didn't just execute people. They allowed them time. Socrates sat in his jail cell for a month, receiving visitors. One of these, Crito, tried to help him escape. Socrates refused. To flee would betray everything he had taught. The laws of Athens, he said, had raised him like a parent. He couldn't dishonor them, even if they'd wronged him. Better to die with integrity than live in contradiction. And so, when the time came, Socrates drank the hemlock calmly, surrounded by friends. His final words were, "We owe a cock to Asclepius, pay it, and do not forget." Asclepius, god of healing, Socrates saw death as a cure, perhaps the ultimate one. Plato was there, or perhaps not, he says he wasn't. But he was listening. He always listened. And after Socrates was gone, Plato began to write. Dialogues, dozens of them. Conversations between Socrates and others, preserved like philosophical stage plays, each peeling back the layers of ethics, politics, love, knowledge, and the very nature of reality. Socrates became Plato's hero, muse, and mouthpiece, And what a mouthpiece. The Socrates of Plato's Republic isn't quite the same scrappy fellow of the Agora. He's grander now, more abstract, more like a dramatic oracle himself. He's still asking questions, yes, but now they're about justice, the soul, the ideal state, and a mysterious thing called the form of the good, which is a bit like God meets algebra. But more on that soon, because while the real Socrates had died quietly with a cup of poison and a wink, his ideas were just getting started. And Plato, mourning and inspired, would carry them to eternity, building a new academy, a new Athens of the mind, and a vision of truth so bold it would echo through centuries of thought, cathedrals, universities, coffee shops, and late-night debates long after the hemlock was gone. Chapter 9, Part 2. Plato invents utopia, ruins dinner parties. Having lost Socrates not just to hemlock but to what he surely saw as state-sponsored stupidity, Plato did what any sensitive, idealistic 20-something does after a traumatic personal loss. He left Athens in a huff and went traveling. He sailed to Italy, where he encountered the number-worshipping Pythagoreans who believed that reality was built on mathematics and that souls were recycled more often than amphorae. He may have visited Egypt, where priests talked about divine order, the immortality of the soul, and pyramid-themed spirituality. He soaked it all in: mysticism, mathematics, metaphysics, and political theory. When he returned to Athens, several years older and significantly more Platonic, he had a mission: to preserve Socrates, elevate philosophy, and design a society that wouldn't sentence its wisest man to death for asking annoying questions. The result? Dialogues. Lots of them. These weren't dry treatises or academic essays. Plato wrote them like plays, vivid conversations with Socrates as the leading man in nearly all of them. Some are short and sassy, Euthyphro, where Socrates pummels a sanctimonious priest into total philosophical confusion. Some are grand and grave, The Republic, where we get political blueprints, psychic metaphors, and philosophical cave tours, and some, like Phaedrus and Symposium, are so full of romantic metaphors and soul-tugging longing that you half expect them to be performed under moonlight by sandal-wearing poets. But one thing ties them together: Socrates never stops asking questions. In the Apology, Plato gives us Socrates' trial speech in full. In the Crito, we see his principled refusal to escape prison. And in the Phaedo, we watch Socrates serenely argue for the immortality of the soul over a cup of poison. These early dialogues are emotional tributes, philosophy wrapped in eulogy. You can feel Plato grieving and enshrining his teacher all at once, but then Plato gets bolder. In the Republic, he lets Socrates build an ideal city from scratch. The result is Callipolis, a city-state governed by philosopher kings whose lives are as austere as their souls are lofty. There are no private families for the rulers, too messy, no personal property, too tempting, and children are to be raised communally so no one knows who their parents are, a logistical nightmare, but philosophically tidy. Art is censored unless it teaches virtue. Poets, watched carefully. Dramatic myths about gods behaving badly, banned. At the top of it all sits the philosopher, the lover of truth, who after a long and tedious educational journey finally perceives the form of the good, the ultimate principle, the philosophical equivalent of the sun. If it all sounds breathtakingly utopian and simultaneously deeply unhinged, that's because it is. But Plato wasn't just theorizing. He genuinely believed that without philosopher kings, the world would remain in the grubby hands of power-hungry politicians, demagogues, and people who thought truth was just whatever got the most cheers at the assembly. And to explain this, Plato gave us his most famous image, the allegory of the cave. Picture this: a group of people are chained in a dark cave facing a wall. Behind them is a fire, and between the fire and the prisoners walk puppeteers who cast shadows on the wall. The prisoners take the shadows for reality because it's all they've ever seen. Then one of them is freed, stumbles outside, and is blinded by sunlight. At first, he recoils. Then he begins to see the real world, color, depth, truth. When he returns to the cave to share what he's learned, the others mock and possibly kill him because reality is scary and they liked the shadows. Plato's point? Most people are content with illusions. Truth is painful. Enlightenment is disorienting, and those who find it must try to guide the others, even if they get heckled or poisoned for their trouble. It's hard not to see Socrates in that freed prisoner. Plato certainly meant us to. And it's hard not to see himself in the torchbearer who guides us through this thought experiment, showing us the way out of the darkness. But Plato didn't just write, he taught. Sometime around 387 BCE, he bought a little grove just outside Athens, sacred to the hero Academos, and founded a school, the Academy. It wasn't a school in the desks and blackboards sense, it was more like an intellectual garden party that never ended. Think Socratic brunch, but every day. Students and thinkers would walk among the trees debating geometry, astronomy, ethics, and what made a city just. It was a haven for dialogue, for dialectic, for thought, unchained from politics, in theory. And the best part? He did it his way. No curriculums, no syllabi, just long walks and deep talks. Plato believed the soul grew by contemplating eternal truths. His academy was not about stuffing facts into students, it was about liberating them from the cave. Of course, some found it a bit much. Not everyone wanted to discuss the form of justice before breakfast, but the academy grew in prestige, and for centuries it would remain the most famous seat of learning in the world, until a Roman general, not terribly fond of Plato, burned it down in 86 BCE. But that was long after Plato had immortalized not only Socrates but also himself. He'd started as a grieving disciple. He ended as a founder of Western philosophy. He's been quoted by popes, presidents, and people on Twitter with Aristotle profile pictures. His dialogues became the curriculum for philosophers from Augustine to Descartes to Kant. His influence is so vast it's almost impolite. And yet, through it all, Socrates remains the star of the show. Because no matter how ornate Plato's philosophy became, he never stopped hearing the voice of that barefoot man in the agora, smiling, shrugging, asking, "Yes, but what is courage exactly?" And with that, he gave the world the longest, most important conversation it has ever had. Chapter 9, Part 3. Dead, but still asking questions forever. By now, Socrates had been dead for decades, but in a twist that would have amused him endlessly, he was more alive than ever in the minds of philosophers, students, and deeply exhausted dinner guests who'd been roped into yet another evening of what is justice over diluted wine. His words lived on in Plato's dialogues, of course, where Socrates never aged a day. He was still out there, verbally cornering arrogant politicians, eviscerating amateur theologians, and calmly dismantling the metaphysical self-confidence of every poor sap who tried to define the good. But Plato had done more than preserve Socrates. He'd elevated him. Or rather, he'd promoted Socrates to the role of philosophy's eternal protagonist, a sort of one-man Greek chorus-cum-cross examiner of reality. Even in dialogues that were clearly Plato's ideas, grand thought cathedrals about forms and republics and soul cycles, Socrates was always there, shepherding the conversation with just the right mix of polite interrogation and devastating Socratic shade. Plato may have invented the theory of forms, but Socrates got to deliver the TED Talk, and Plato's influence didn't stop with ink and inspiration. His academy, founded in the sacred grove of Academos, had become the first proper think tank in Western history. Not a place for memorizing facts, but for training the soul. There were no exams, no tenured professors, and definitely no PowerPoints. Instead, there were conversations, spiraling, exhaustive, circular conversations that could run for days. It was, in many ways, the first intellectual monastery where students pondered abstract truths about mathematics, ethics, metaphysics, and occasionally how best to avoid going mad from too much Parmenides. The academy's influence rippled outward. Plato's students included future scholars, writers, and at least one rather eager Macedonian teenager named Aristotle, who would go on to disagree with about 70% of Plato's metaphysics and become a philosophical juggernaut in his own right. Still, the Socratic method remained at the core of it all. That belief that truth is best revealed not by declaring, but by asking. That knowledge is not something poured in like wine, but drawn out like water from a spring. That the highest wisdom begins with admitting what we don't know. It was the ultimate intellectual paradox. To be wise is to know you are not. Naturally, later philosophers found all this irresistible. The Cynics, led by Socrates' intellectual grandson Antisthenes, took his message and decided the best way to virtue was to live like a hermit with a barrel for a house. The most famous of these was Diogenes, who lived in a ceramic jar, begged for scraps, and once told Alexander the Great to stand out of my sunlight. Plato once described Diogenes as Socrates gone mad, and it was only a half-joke. Then came the Cyrenaics, who remembered that Socrates had enjoyed parties and pleasant conversation, and deduced from this that pleasure was the highest good. Their school promoted a life of refined hedonism, an Epicurean dream with more wine and fewer questions. Others, like the Stoics, took Socrates' courage at his trial as their model for moral resilience. For the Stoics, he was a near-divine example of how to live with virtue, speak the truth, and never let fear of death compromise your ethics. To them, Socrates wasn't just a philosopher, he was a template for humanity at its best. Even later skeptics who doubted that anything could ever be known pointed to Socrates and said, "There, he knew nothing, and look how brilliant he was." Socrates, it turns out, could be claimed by almost every school of thought. He was the Socratic inkblot. Whatever you wanted from him, he seemed to give you. But it was Plato who ensured Socrates would never fade. His dialogues became not just popular reading for philosophers and kings, but the syllabus for every major thinker from Rome to the Renaissance. Cicero read them and wept. Augustine saw in Plato the seeds of Christian truth. The Neoplatonists, flourishing centuries later, took Plato's metaphysical world of forms and married it to mysticism, creating a philosophy that inspired saints, monks, and sorcerers alike. When the Roman Empire fell and the lights of learning dimmed across Europe, Plato's works were copied, preserved, and taught in the Islamic world, where thinkers like Al-Farabi and Avicenna debated Plato and Aristotle in dazzling Arabic prose. When the West began to reawaken in the Renaissance, Plato's dialogues were among the first books they dusted off and read with trembling hands. And all the while, Socrates sat in the middle, cross-legged and squinting, asking whether they'd really understood him or not. The best part? His influence was never dogmatic. Socrates didn't found a religion. He didn't write a rule book. He didn't even claim to have the answers. What he gave us, what Plato so brilliantly bottled and passed down, was the method, the mindset, the exhilarating, frustrating, profoundly human conviction that asking is better than assuming, that doubt is the beginning of wisdom, and that truth loves a good argument. Even today, every time someone says, "But hang on, what do you mean by that?" a little part of Socrates lives again. So let's raise a humble clay cup, not of hemlock, but perhaps coffee, to the man who asked too much, and the student who made sure he never stopped. Their conversation is far from over, and neither, I suspect, are we. Chapter 10, Part 1. Everyone's armed, everyone's offended, no one blinks. After Persia slunk back across the Hellespont with its collective tail between its lacquered legs, Greece did what Greece always did when it wasn't busy uniting to fight invaders. It turned on itself. Nowhere was this more theatrical than in the simmering rivalry between Athens and Sparta. Two city-states so different in temperament and philosophy that their very existence seemed like an exercise in passive aggression from the gods. Athens was all about cleverness, culture, conversation, and the occasional sycophantic statue to its own genius. Sparta was the military equivalent of an eyebrow raise, silent, unimpressed, and extremely capable of murder. Athens debated laws, Sparta made them terse and final. Athens dined with philosophers, Sparta dined with pig's blood and discipline. Following the Persian Wars, both cities strutted onto the Hellenic stage with equal claims to glory. Sparta had been the brawny bodyguard at Thermopylae, Athens the swashbuckling admiral at Salamis. The problem was that only one could be top dog in the kennel of Hellas, and they had drastically different ideas about how the kennel should be managed. Athens, you see, had invented something it rather enjoyed, an empire. It started modestly with the Delian League, a mutual defense pact based on an island sacred to Apollo. Tribute was gathered, ships were shared, Persia was harassed, altogether very collegial. But over time, that tribute began to flow only one way, toward the Parthenon, naturally, and member states began realizing that leaving the League was about as easy as defecting from a mafia family. You could try, sure, but you'd better be prepared for a blockade, a siege, and your city's name added to Athens accidentally had to torch this place list. Sparta, meanwhile, remained the stony-faced elder statesman of the Peloponnese, deeply mistrustful of Athenian flamboyance and wealth, and surrounded by allies who kept tugging its cloak saying, "Have you seen what Athens is doing?" Corinth especially was livid. Athens had begun interfering in overseas colonial disputes, trading where Corinth felt it shouldn't, and telling everyone that art, theater, and public debate were preferable to traditional economic bullying. The cheek of it. By 431 BCE, diplomatic patience snapped like an old hoplite sandal. The trigger was a squabble over Corinth's colony Corcyra, which had the audacity to seek Athenian protection from its mother city's wrath. Athens, ever eager to extend its influence, agreed. Sparta, ever eager to swat Athens with a stick, took this as provocation. Then came the infamous Megarian decree, wherein Athens barred the Megarians, Spartan allies, from all Athenian markets and harbors. Economically, this was a noogie with brass knuckles. Megara howled. Sparta declared that if Athens didn't lift the decree, there would be war. Pericles, the still-helmeted statesman of Athens, with the voice of a demigod and the forehead of a divine parsnip, refused. The war was on. Now, this was no ordinary Greek war of swift skirmishes and glorious duels. This was a war of attrition, of resources, navies, walls, and before long, plague. Pericles had a plan. Let Sparta ravage the countryside, which they were going to do anyway, but don't fight them on land. Instead, Athenians would hunker inside the long walls connecting the city to its port, Piraeus, and supply themselves by sea while launching naval raids across the Peloponnese. Time, grain imports, and Athenian patience would win the day. The plan was ingenious, except for one thing: plague is immune to strategy. Athens, now a city packed with refugees from the countryside and generally lacking in germ theory, became a petri dish. In 430 BCE, a horrifying illness swept through the walls like Hades on a chariot. Fever, vomiting, hideous rashes, blindness, death. People died in doorways, temples, and fountains. Corpses were piled on pyres or just left in corners. Rituals broke down. Morality took a holiday. And tragically, Pericles himself succumbed, the man who had led Athens through triumph and transformation, who had built the Parthenon and paid jurors with state funds and thought deep thoughts while wearing a helmet indoors, died in the stench and confusion of his own plague-stricken city. With him went any hope of calm, clever leadership. What followed was years, decades of bitterness, seesaw victories, and heroic stupidity. One moment that deserves special mention is Sphacteria in 425 BCE. There, Athenian general Demosthenes, not the orator, this was the one who made his mark with military antics, managed to trap a force of elite Spartans on a tiny island. The Spartans, as everyone knew, never surrendered. They died, gloriously. Except that, well, this batch did surrender, after a few weeks of being pelted by Athenian arrows and baked by the sun. The Hellenic world gasped. Spartans surrendering. Was the universe about to collapse in on itself? One wag claimed that the Spartans hadn't truly surrendered. They'd merely transferred locations under Athenian supervision. Either way, Athens now had hundreds of Spartan prisoners, a massive bargaining chip. Then came the Mytilenean affair. The island of Lesbos revolted. Athens put it down. In a fit of wrath, the Athenian assembly voted to kill every man and enslave every woman and child. Then, like a remorseful drunk, they thought better of it the next day. A second ship was dispatched to cancel the genocide, racing against the first. It arrived just in time, massacre avoided, but the mood in Athens had darkened. Decisions were being made on passion and panic rather than strategy. As the years dragged on, Athenian democracy gave rise to Cleon, a bellowing populist demagogue who loved war and loathed moderation. Sparta had Brasidas, a charismatic and unspartanly eloquent general who turned the tide in the north. Both Cleon and Brasidas died in 422 BCE at Amphipolis, leaving behind a stunned battlefield and a sudden, awkward opportunity for peace. Which brings us to the Peace of Nicias, 421 BCE, a treaty that lasted about as long as a demigod's New Year's resolution. It was supposed to end hostilities for 50 years. It lasted 6. And during those 6, Athens produced the most wildly brilliant and wildly reckless political unicorn in its entire history. His name was Alcibiades, and he was about to break absolutely everything. Chapter 10, Part 2. Alcibiades ruins everything in 5 outfits. If Athens were a wine, Alcibiades would be its bouquet. Bold, intoxicating, a little unpredictable, and likely to leave you half naked on someone else's porch at dawn, wondering what just happened. He was everything the Athenians loved and everything they should have feared. Born into wealth, raised in the house of Pericles, and mentored by none other than Socrates, Alcibiades combined charisma, genius, good looks, scandal, and dangerous ambition in proportions so precise you'd think the gods had brewed him as a divine experiment. And oh, what an experiment it was. He was the kind of man who could deliver a rousing speech in the assembly while still slightly hungover, launch a military campaign that had absolutely no chance of working, and somehow make everyone feel excited about it. He was, in short, the exact opposite of Nicias, Athens' other leading general at the time. Nicias was older, cautious, deeply pious, and allergic to excitement. He was the kind of man who postponed battles because the omens were off, who prayed before speaking, and who regarded boldness as an infectious disease. Now imagine Athens in a moment of instability and exhaustion trying to choose between those two. It chose both, which brings us to the Sicilian expedition, or as it's known in the halls of military misadventure, the time Athens put all its eggs into a really faraway basket. The background, Sicily and especially the city of Syracuse, was rich in grain, strategically important, and, most crucially, not bothering Athens at all. But a few Sicilian city-states had a tiff and asked for help, and Alcibiades, seeing an opportunity not only for glory but also to extend Athens' empire westward, sold the war like a fever dream. He promised victory, plunder, and control over the breadbasket of the western Mediterranean. "Conquer Syracuse and Carthage is next!" he exclaimed. People gasped, some applauded. Nicias groaned. Nicias gave a long, grumpy speech explaining that it would be logistically insane to invade Sicily, that the enemy was powerful, and that Athens could ill afford to squander men and ships so far from home. But his warnings had the opposite effect. The Athenians, stirred by Alcibiades, decided to send an even bigger fleet. Nicias had unintentionally made the plan sound so daring, so impossible, that it now seemed heroic. So Athens appointed 3 generals, Alcibiades, Nicias, who did not want the job, and a third chap named Lamachus, who was mostly there to carry the javelins. The expedition was enormous. 200 ships, thousands of hoplites, rowers, cavalry, slingers, archers, and enough supplies to feed a small island for a year. The harbor at Piraeus shimmered with sails and trumpets and sacrificial bulls. It was Athens' greatest gamble, a peacetime operation dressed up as a war, funded by hubris and adrenaline. And then, just before the fleet set sail, someone vandalized the Hermes. Now, Hermes were sacred stone pillars of Hermes, god of travelers and transitions, and quite a bit else, with heads on top and prominent phalluses carved into the front. They were placed at doorways, crossroads, and temples. One morning, Athenians awoke to find nearly every Herm in the city had been mutilated. Noses gone, penises lopped off, faces scratched. The reaction was mass hysteria. Who had done it? Was it a prank? A Persian plot? A Spartan conspiracy? An oligarchic warning? A particularly drunk symposium? Eyes turned immediately to Alcibiades and his boisterous entourage, known for revels and rituals, some of them suspiciously impious. He swore he was innocent. He demanded a trial, now, before he sailed, to clear his name. But his enemies in the assembly cunningly said, No, let's wait until you come back from Sicily. And so, Alcibiades set off across the wine-dark sea, knowing full well he'd be arrested on return. Once in Sicily, things went wrong immediately. The generals disagreed on strategy. Lamachus died in battle. Alcibiades, now officially charged with religious crimes, was ordered to come home for trial. Mid-voyage, he disappeared and defected to Sparta. Yes, the man who had just launched Athens' most ambitious military campaign turned coat mid-sail and appeared in the Spartan court offering strategy tips. And unlike Athens, Sparta listened. Alcibiades told them to send a general named Gylippus to help Syracuse and, more importantly, to build a permanent Spartan fortress at Decilia, just outside Athens. This would cut Athens off from its farmlands and overland trade. It was a brilliant idea, and the Spartans, possibly still trying to remember why they trusted this man, did it anyway. Meanwhile, Nicias was left in Sicily to pick up the pieces, and he did so by waiting for months, planning, fasting, reading entrails, not attacking. He was waiting for better omens, for better ships, for better weather, for divine signs and a detailed to-do list from Athena herself. Then, when things were truly desperate, Athens sent a second expedition. Even more ships, more soldiers, led by Demosthenes, not the orator, yet again, a bolder general. He He tried a surprise night assault on Syracuse. It failed. The army was now boxed in by land and sea. Disease broke out. Morale collapsed. The fleet attempted to escape, but was trapped in the harbor. Ships crushed, crews drowned or captured. The survivors fled on foot, wounded and starving. They were surrounded. Nicias and Demosthenes surrendered and were promptly executed. The rest, thousands of Athenian prisoners, were thrown into stone quarries, left to suffer under the Sicilian sun with no shelter and no food. The entire Athenian expedition was gone. Back in Athens, when the news arrived, no one believed it. It was too total, too complete, too Greek in its tragedy. And worse, it was self-inflicted. They had sent their best and brightest halfway across the world because one man with a nice jawline said it was a good idea. The gods, one imagines, were howling with laughter. Chapter 10, Part 3. Sparta wins the war, everyone loses. The disaster in Sicily didn't just knock the wind out of Athens, it punched it in the face, stole its sandals, and set fire to its lunch. Thousands dead, its navy in ruins, its reputation shattered, and its most flamboyant general now advising the enemy while wearing a different outfit. Back home, the shock was so profound that Athens nearly collapsed into despair, but if there's one thing the Athenians were good at, besides democracy, drama, and tragically overreaching, it was not giving up. They scraped together the remnants of their fleet. They fortified their port. They taxed everything that moved. They squeezed every remaining ally for tribute. In the most poetic of reversals, the democracy that had once prided itself on liberty began behaving like a desperate tax farmer with a gambling problem. Sparta, of course, was emboldened. With Gylippus triumphant in Sicily and Deceleia firmly occupied, they now had Athens boxed in. Food had to be imported. Fields were inaccessible. Morale was a shredded fig leaf of its former self. And then Persia entered stage left. Because of course it did. Cyrus the Younger, Persian prince and occasional empire administrator, decided it would be absolutely splendid to help the Spartans beat the Athenians, in exchange for some minor favors like reclaiming the Ionian Greek cities Persia had lost decades earlier. Sparta said, "Fine, no problem," and took the gold. Thus began the final act of the Peloponnesian War, brought to you by a Spartan navy funded by the Persian Empire, which is a sentence that would have made Leonidas roll over in his Thermopylaean grave. The man in charge of Sparta's new naval power was Lysander. Sharp, dry, and utterly humorless, Lysander was not your average Spartan. He wasn't a king, but he may as well have been. He had charisma, in a distinctly grim way, and a knack for making others do what he wanted, especially Persian bankers. Lysander rebuilt the Spartan fleet. He paid his sailors regularly, a novelty, hired mercenaries, bribed allies, and began undermining Athens' entire system of alliances, one island at a time. Athens, still flailing, did its best to recover, and for a moment, it looked like they just might pull off a comeback. The ever-elusive, ever-returning Alcibiades popped back into the story, dusted off his charisma, and helped win a few victories. The Athenians, ever forgiving of charming disasters, welcomed him home with garlands, made him commander again, and possibly whispered, "Please save us from the mess you helped create." But then his fleet lost a battle while he was off charming someone else's court, and Athens exiled him again, this time presumably with a gift basket and a polite, "Please don't come back." He didn't. Instead, Lysander delivered the final blow. At a place called Aegospotami in 405 BCE, he caught the Athenian fleet unawares, literally on the beach, having lunch, and wiped it out. Just like that. Athens' last navy. Gone. Sunk, burned, or stolen. The sea had always been Athens' lifeline. With the fleet destroyed, the walls of Piraeus blockaded, and grain ships no longer arriving from the Black Sea, Athens began to starve. By 404 BCE, Athens surrendered. But Sparta, ever the traditionalist, chose not to burn the city. Some argued it would be wrong to destroy the city that had once stood at Salamis, that had saved all of Greece. Others probably just didn't want to deal with the mess. Instead, the Spartans imposed strict terms. Athens had to tear down its walls, surrender most of its remaining ships, and accept Spartan-approved oligarchs to run the place. Thus began the reign of the 30 tyrants who managed to be both oligarchic and tyrannical, efficient. They exiled, executed, and extorted. Even Socrates couldn't help but notice that things had gone from bad to, "Is this still Athens?" in record time. That regime lasted about as long as a tragedy's final act. Within a year, democratic rebels led by Thrasybulus stormed back, restored democracy, and sent the tyrants packing, or stabbing, depending on the scene. To their credit, the Athenians then enacted an amnesty, an actual political innovation wherein they decided not to murder everyone who had just been oppressing them. Bravo, Athens. Character development. Sparta, meanwhile, found that being the boss wasn't quite as fun as it looked. They tried to run Greece like a disciplined camp, but other cities resented them. Corinth turned, Thebes grumbled. Even some Spartans wondered what it was all for. Soon enough, new wars began, new coalitions formed, and Greece descended into a beautifully choreographed chaos of shifting alliances, warlords, and intercity bickering. By the time Philip of Macedon looked southward from the hills of the north, the entire Greek world was like a banquet table after a wedding brawl, splendid, broken, and completely out of wine. Athens had lost its empire, Sparta had lost its mystique, and the gods, watching from Olympus, probably muttered something like, "Well, that escalated slowly, then terribly." No one had really won. But everyone had learned in the most spectacularly tragic and Hellenic way possible that pride, paranoia, and pointless warfare make for very entertaining stories and very bad foreign policy. So ends the war that taught Greece how to destroy itself just as thoroughly as it once defied an empire. Bravo, Athens, bravo, Sparta. Now please, someone mop the stage. Chapter 11, Part 1. One unfashionable kingdom, one ridiculously good plan. To the well-moisturized and properly sandal-strapped Greeks of the 4th century BCE, Macedon was the uncouth cousin everyone tried to avoid at the family funeral. Yes, technically Greek, sort of. The royal house claimed descent from Heracles, they spoke a dialect of Greek, or something slurring in that direction, and they occasionally threw a decent party. But from the polite marble patios of Athens or the shadowy gymnasiums of Thebes, Macedon looked rustic. They drank wine neat. Without watering it down, the very nerve. Their kings didn't share power with citizens, they ruled like boar-hunting autocrats. Their people wore boots in public, had shaggy hair, and many couldn't recite a single line of Euripides. If you'd asked an Athenian to describe Macedon in one word, it would have been something between ugh and you. So naturally, the entire Greek world was caught thunderstruck when, in the space of just a couple of decades, this muddy northern kingdom not only bested the best of them, but took over the entire show. That someone was, of course, Philip II. Born in 382 BCE, youngest son of King Amyntas III of Macedon, Philip was not expected to do much. Macedon, at the time, was less a kingdom than a suggestion. Feuding nobles, constant invasions, no central army to speak of, and a political structure best described as whoever stabs best wins. In short, it was a mess. But young Philip had a twist of fortune. At age 14, he was taken as a hostage to Thebes, a fate that could have been grim but turned out to be his Ivy League education in warfare, diplomacy, and Greek cultural snobbery. Now Thebes, during this moment, was enjoying a brief but dazzling period of dominance. The Theban general Epaminondas had just shattered the Spartan myth of invincibility at LECUTRE, pioneering new tactics and commanding the Sacred Band, an elite corps of 150 pairs of male lovers who fought with unmatched zeal and matching tunics. Philip, wide-eyed and eager, got to watch all this up close. Living in the house of a Theban general, possibly Pamenes, he observed how cities were administered, how hoplites were drilled, how alliances were made and broken over breakfast. He studied the tactical brilliance of Epaminondas, the rhetoric of Greek politics, and, one assumes, the art of not sounding like a semi-barbarian in conversation. When he returned to Macedon in 364 BCE, he was no longer a bushy-haired princeling. He was a weaponized statesman in a sheepskin cloak. Then, as if summoned by fate, chaos erupted. In 359 BCE, Philip's older brother Perdiccas III was killed fighting the Illyrians, a people from the rugged northwest who seemed to breed solely for the purpose of bothering their neighbors. The Macedonian army was shattered. The throne passed, technically, to Perdiccas's baby son. But Philip was appointed regent, and within months it became clear that this was going to be a very permanent regency. Macedon at that moment was surrounded by wolves, the Illyrians pressing from the west, the Paeonians and Thracians nibbling from the north and east. The Athenians, ever opportunistic, had landed a small force to back a pretender to the throne. Most men would have fled. Philip laced up his boots. In a whirlwind campaign that would have made Athena blush with strategic delight, Philip beat back all his enemies in the space of about a year. He bribed the Paeonians to calm down, crushed the Illyrians so thoroughly they stopped bothering him for a generation, and defused the Athenian-backed pretender with cunning and a dollop of theatrical diplomacy. He even released the captured Athenian soldiers without ransom, which in Greek political terms is the equivalent of sending flowers and a nice note that says, "Let's not do this again." With Macedon secured, Philip turned to what would become his life's work, building a kingdom that could take on Greece, not just militarily, but on every level. First, the army. Gone were the unreliable peasant levies and half-trained horsemen. Philip took the best ideas from his time in Thebes, discipline, drill, and dazzling formations, and added a bit of northern muscle. He armed his infantry with a weapon no Greek had ever seen, the sarissa, a 6-meter-long pike that made traditional hoplite spears look like cocktail skewers. These sarissa-wielding soldiers, called phalangites, were arranged in deep, tight ranks. From the front, they looked like a walking forest of death, and behind them, more sarissas. 5 rows of spear points jutting forward in unison. Traditional hoplites couldn't get anywhere near them without being impaled 5 times before breakfast. To complement this hedgehog of doom, Philip formed the companion cavalry, elite noble horsemen trained to fight in wedge formation, equipped with long lances and an appetite for glory. He coordinated infantry and cavalry like no one before him, and unlike the city-state militias of Athens or Thebes, his army was professional. Paid, trained year-round, promoted by merit. They didn't march for civic pride, they marched for Philip. He also invested in siege technology. Where the Greeks mostly saw fortresses as things to walk around or starve out, Philip saw them as engineering challenges. He hired military architects, developed new siege towers, battering rams, and eventually, through his chief engineer Polyidus, even torsion-powered catapults. Walls, which once offered immunity, now just delayed the inevitable. Macedon was becoming the new military powerhouse, and it wasn't subtle about it. And yet, Philip didn't rely on brawn alone. He was a master of diplomacy, though, in his case, diplomacy often meant a mix of passive aggression, flattery, bribery, and marriage. Oh, the marriages? Philip didn't just marry, he collected wives like other kings collected coins. Illyrians, Thessalians, Epirots, Macedonians, you name it, he married one. Sometimes for love, Olympias, fiery and snake-worshipping, often for politics, Cleopatra, renamed Eurydice, to shore up noble support. Every marriage came with land, alliances, or peace treaties attached. If diplomacy was chess, Philip was playing with queens on every file. But his greatest move wasn't just who he married, it was when he fought. He never took on all of Greece at once. He waited, flattered, delayed, made promises, broke them, apologized, bribed, marched, and then, when it was too late, crushed his enemies one at a time. Athens still called him a barbarian. Thebes rolled its eyes, but they were beginning to realize Macedon wasn't just a kingdom anymore. It was a plan, and Philip was just getting started. Chapter 11, Part 2. Philip upgrades war, diplomacy, and marriage. Philip had managed the political equivalent of rebuilding your house while being attacked by bees, burglars, and property developers. Macedon, once considered the sorry cousin of civilized Greece, was now a disciplined military workshop churning out spears, officers, alliances, and thunderous confidence. But having secured his own borders, Philip did what any self-respecting power-hungry genius would do next. He started looking over the fence. His neighbors were Thessaly, unstable, Thrace, in need of civilizing, which is Greek for raiding, and Athens, which was still staggering around like a haughty aristocrat in a financial panic. Perfect. Now, most Greeks, particularly Athenians, still thought Philip a semi-competent hill king with slightly more polished boots than his predecessors. But Philip's brilliance wasn't just in spears and tactics, it was his ability to weaponize diplomacy, and that meant appearing just competent enough to be underestimated. He had perfected the art of looking friendly while quietly encircling your city. Step 1. Control the north. He seized Amphipolis, which Athens had always wanted back. He told them, "Yes, of course, I'll give it to you as soon as I've taken it from the barbarians," then simply didn't. Classic Philip. Meanwhile, he sweet-talked or bludgeoned Thrace into vassalage, took control of gold mines at Mount Pangaeon, and founded the city of Philippi. Subtle, Philip, very subtle. The mines funded his growing army and his now regular habit of sending generous gifts to people he hadn't yet conquered. Step 2, marry Thessaly, or at least a Thessalian, possibly two. Then liberate them from a local tyrant, win the gratitude of their nobility, and become Archon of Thessaly, granting Philip a new title, some lovely cavalry, and direct access to central Greece. He was now technically defending Greek freedom while putting himself in charge of everything within a week's march of Delphi. Which brings us to the Sacred War. The Phocians had dared to loot the temple treasury at Delphi to pay for mercenaries. This was a bit like selling off the Sistine Chapel ceiling to fund a bar fight. Outraged, the Amphictyonic League, the Pan-Hellenic Council of Temple Administrators, voted to punish them. Thebes led the charge, but who could restore order? Why, the pious Apollo-loving king from Macedon, of course. Philip rushed in with spears and sanctity. The Phocians were defeated, executed, or publicly scolded, and Philip was awarded their seat on the council. That's right. The man from Macedon now had a formal voice in pan-Greek religious affairs, in Delphi, at the actual center of the Greek world. Suddenly, everyone stopped laughing. Now Athens was in a bind. It had spent years denouncing Philip as a menace while quietly accepting bribes from his ambassadors. Some Athenians, like Aeschines, thought perhaps this was all fine. After all, Philip had excellent wine and made good speeches. Others, like the indignant and prophetic Demosthenes, saw through the charm and launched tirade after tirade warning of Philip's intentions. His Philippics, as they became known, were half speech, half apocalyptic weather report. If we don't act now, Philip will be at our gates. He will not stop until we are all politely Macedonian. He was right, but Athens, being Athens, responded by debating it for the next several years. Meanwhile, Philip kept going. The Chalcidian League broke with him, so he wiped out their capital, Olynthus, in what was politely called a siege and less politely a municipal execution. Cities that resisted were flattened. Cities that surrendered got amphorae and parades. You could either be part of Philip's Greece voluntarily or from beneath a rock. Still, many Greeks remained unconvinced. He's just another northern warlord, they grumbled, as Philip strolled through central Greece with a trained army, 10 wives, and a catapult. And then came Chaeronea, the final wake-up call. In 338 BCE, Athens and Thebes, in a rare show of unity, stood against Philip. The battlefield was Boeotia, near the sleepy town of Chaeronea. Philip faced them with his full army, including his 18-year-old son, Alexander, who had been given a proper seat at the war table. The Athenians fought bravely, the Thebans held their line. The sacred band, Thebes' elite corps of lovers, stood defiant, and Philip crushed them all. Alexander, leading the companion cavalry, smashed through the sacred band, reportedly weeping at their bravery even as his horse trampled them. Philip himself outmaneuvered the Athenians with a masterclass in tactical theater. He pretended to retreat, drew them forward, and then hit them in the flanks so hard they practically folded themselves into funeral urns. Greece was now Philip's, but instead of gloating, he called a meeting. In Corinth, the proud Greek cities gathered, no longer quite so proud. There, Philip announced the League of Corinth, a noble federation of Greek states united in friendship, honor, and the knowledge that Philip was in charge. He called himself hegemon, not quite king, just leader of the campaign. The campaign? Oh yes, that small matter of conquering Persia. Philip told the Greeks, no more fighting each other. We've had centuries of squabbling. Now let's take that energy and point it east. Revenge for Xerxes, glory for Greece, and I, your humble Macedonian friend, will lead you. They agreed. Because what else could they do? Philip had conquered Greece, not with overwhelming brute force, though he had that too, but with strategy, silver, sarcasm, and just enough smiles to keep everyone guessing. But just as he was about to cross into Asia to begin the greatest campaign of his life, at the peak of his powers, adored, feared, and slightly drunk, he was stabbed to death by his own bodyguard at a wedding. Classic Greece. Just when the curtain goes up, the lead actor gets murdered. And just offstage, a 20-year-old named Alexander stepped forward. But that's a story for another chapter. Chapter 11, Part 3. He conquers Greece, then gets stabbed. By 336 BCE, Philip II had done it all. fought Illyrians and Thracians, duped Athenians, outplayed Thebans, married half the Balkans, built a military machine the gods would have envied, and conquered Greece using a mixture of calculated charm and unsubtle obliteration. Now he stood on the edge of his next act, the grand invasion of Persia. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. The idea had been floating around for years like a tempting Odyssean siren. After all, Persia was old, rich, and still technically owed Greece a bruising from the whole Xerxes burning Athens and filling our temples with foreign sandals business. What better way to cement Philip's legacy than to lead a pan-Hellenic revenge tour to Asia Minor? The Greeks had stopped fighting each other, for now. The Macedonians were well-fed and battle-tested, and Philip had just been declared hegemon by the League of Corinth, a title that roughly translated as, "Yes, you're in charge, please don't hurt us." It was, by all accounts, the perfect moment. So Philip began preparations. His engineers built bridges, siege equipment, and wagons. His agents made sure the Asian Greek cities under Persian rule were ready to rebel at the right moment. His generals mapped out the routes. His treasury glittered with gold from his beloved mines at Philippi. And in the spring of 336 BCE, a vanguard force crossed the Hellespont into Asia to begin the campaign. Philip would follow with the main army later that year. But first, there was a wedding. Weddings in ancient Macedon were like theater, statecraft, and Olympic Games all rolled into one. Philip's daughter, Cleopatra, not the Egyptian one, obviously, was to marry Alexander of Epirus, Olympias's brother. This was more than family festivity. It was a dynastic power move, binding Macedon tighter to its western allies in Epirus and putting on a show for all of Greece. So naturally, the celebration was lavish. Delegations from all over Greece were invited to the old capital of Aegae. There were feasts, sacrifices, competitions, and dramatic performances. Philip, now in his mid-40s, stood at the peak of his power, dressed in shining robes, flanked by bodyguards and hangers-on, proud as the lion he believed himself to be. He had statues erected of the 12 Olympian gods, and one of himself right among them. Subtle. Then came the procession into the theater. This was the moment of glory. Philip would walk in alone, unguarded, to show his people and his allies that he was beloved, fearless, and kingly. He wore a white robe glittering with gold. The crowd applauded. Musicians played. His son Alexander walked nearby. The air pulsed with anticipation. And then, just as he passed through the gateway, Pausanias, one of his bodyguards, stepped forward and stabbed him straight through the ribs. Philip collapsed in front of the entire kingdom and died just like that. Panic erupted. Alexander's companions cut Pausanias down before he could mount his horse and escape, possibly before he could say a single word. Some say he was silenced intentionally. Others suggest he simply failed to run fast enough. Either way, the assassin was dead, the king was dead, and the wedding instantly became the worst reception in Macedonian history. The motive? Oh, it's juicy. Pausanias was not just any guard, he was a former lover of Philip's, allegedly spurned in favor of another courtier. This had caused considerable drama, and Pausanias, after being insulted and allegedly abused, lodged a complaint. Philip promised justice but did nothing. Instead, the man Pausanias blamed, Attalus, uncle of Philip's newest wife, was rewarded with power. Some say Pausanias waited, seethed, and struck when the world was watching. Others whisper that Olympias, ever wrathful and now displaced by Philip's new wife Cleopatra, Eurydice, might have nudged Pausanias along. Even Alexander has been implicated by later gossips, though there's no solid evidence. What we do know is that after Philip's death, Olympias went full Greek tragedy. She allegedly had Cleopatra, Eurydice, and her infant child murdered, possibly driving the poor woman to suicide. Macedonian palace politics made Game of Thrones look like a village bake sale. And so, Philip II, master manipulator, kingmaker, and unifier of Greece, was cut down not on the battlefield, but at a wedding by one of his own. He never invaded Persia, he never wore the crown of Asia, he never saw his empire bloom. But he had already done what no man before him had managed. He united Greece, not with ideals or oratory, but with strategy, reform, and ruthlessness. He tamed Macedon, humbled the Illyrians, silenced Thrace, charmed Thessaly, flattened Olynthus, and defeated Athens and Thebes at Chaeronea, the battle that broke the spine of Greek independence. He created the League of Corinth, the Macedonian phalanx, and a son who would go on to conquer the known world. His legacy was a Macedon that ruled Greece and a world that would never forget his name, even if it would very soon be eclipsed by that of Alexander. But for a brief, glorious, bloody moment, Philip was the sun, and he made the rest of Greece orbit. Chapter 12, Part 1. The boy who inherited everything except restraint. There are few more splendid entrances in all of history than that of Alexander the Great. One moment, a crown drops into his lap by the bloody hand of fate. The next, the entire known world is about to get new management. In 336 BCE, with his father Philip II lying quite dead at a wedding, punctured most impolitely by a former bodyguard, 20-year-old Alexander ascended to the throne of Macedon. The murder had been theatrical enough, a public stabbing in full view of foreign dignitaries, and the aftermath was appropriately operatic. Whispers of conspiracy, hints of Olympia's involvement, his terrifying mother, and a convenient flurry of assassinations to ensure no awkward rival claimants would be popping up at dinner parties. So far, so Macedonian. Alexander had been raised for greatness, and he had the resume to prove it. Tutored by Aristotle, a descendant of heroes on both sides, Heracles on his father's, Achilles on his mother's, and possessed of a horse so bold it had to be tamed by Alexander himself when he was a boy. The horse, Bucephalus, would become his lifelong companion and possibly his most faithful friend, a low bar in Macedonian politics. The Greek city-states naturally saw Philip's death as an opening. Athens licked its wounds and pondered rebellion. Thebes, confident that the child king would be no match for grown men with spears and ego, rose up in defiance. Alexander, just settling into his new sandals, responded by rushing south at full tilt, catching Thebes with its metaphorical trousers down. In a matter of days, he razed the city to the ground, flattened it, removed it from existence with the methodical ruthlessness of a man teaching a lesson in capital letters. All that remained was the house of the poet Pindar, which Alexander, ever the lover of verse, spared. The message was clear. I'm young, I'm brilliant, and if you think I'm soft because I cry when Achilles dies, you are very much mistaken. With Greece pacified and terrified in equal measure, Alexander turned east. He picked up the cause that his father had so carefully prepared, the grand war against Persia. But whereas Philip had intended a surgical strike, Alexander planned something altogether more operatic. His plan wasn't just to defeat Persia, it was to become Persia, or at least to become its king, and then do what he liked with the place. He crossed the Hellespont, in 334 BCE, reenacted the crossing of the Greeks at Troy, and stopped to pay homage at the tomb of Achilles. There, alone with his hero, he reportedly laid a wreath and whispered something like, "You had Homer to sing your glory. I shall have no one, so I'll just have to make my deeds loud enough to echo through time." And off he went. His first battle was at the river Granicus. The Persians, underestimating him, lined the far bank and prepared for the usual face-off. Alexander, being Alexander, didn't wait. He charged across the river, mid-current, uphill, under a rain of arrows, shouting and swinging like the ghost of Achilles possessed him. The result? A complete Macedonian victory. A Persian noble nearly cleaved Alexander in the face, but was stopped by Clitus the Black, who saved the young king with a perfectly timed sword to the arm. Spoiler alert, Alexander would later kill Clitus in a drunken rage, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Victory at Granicus opened the door to Asia Minor, and Alexander danced through it. City after city fell or joined him. He famously sliced the Gordian knot, a legendary snarl of rope said to be untieable unless one was destined to rule all of Asia. Alexander looked at it, thought for a second, then cut it in two with his sword. Problem solved. Omens satisfied. Next came Issus in 333 BCE, where Alexander faced the Persian king Darius III himself. It was meant to be a grand set-piece battle. Darius brought a much larger army. Alexander brought brilliance. He feinted, outflanked, and then charged straight at Darius. The Persian king panicked and fled again, leaving behind his family, his royal chariot, and a half-finished battle plan. Alexander, in a move equal parts strategic and chivalrous, treated the captured family with respect. He didn't kill or humiliate them. Instead, he called Darius's mother, Mother, married one of Darius's daughters, and posed for history as the better king. He marched down the Levantine coast, taking cities, laying sieges, and showing flashes of cruelty that left his enemies in no doubt about who was in charge. The siege of Tyre, especially, was a masterpiece of stubborn brilliance, an island fortress taken by building a causeway through the sea, brick by brick, until the Macedonians could storm the walls. Tyre resisted for 7 months. Alexander finally broke in and, enraged by the delay, crucified hundreds of its defenders along the beach, not a man who took inconvenience lightly. Then to Egypt, which welcomed him like a messiah. The locals, tired of Persian rule, crowned Alexander pharaoh, proclaimed him divine, and practically wrapped him in lotus blossoms. He visited the oracle at Siwa, deep in the desert, and emerged from the oasis claiming he was now confirmed to be the son of Zeus Ammon. Whether the oracle actually said that, or Alexander just decided it did, no one could quite say. But the king now wore divinity as confidently as he wore purple robes. On his way out of Egypt, he founded a city, a modest place on the coast, destined to become one of the greatest centers of learning and culture in the world. He named it, with a stunning lack of imagination, Alexandria, the first of many. And then Persia proper. The final showdown came at Gaugamela in 331 BCE, Darius again. A battlefield designed for his massive army, his elephants, his chariots with spinning blades, his ranks upon ranks of Persian troops. Alexander arrived with a smaller force and an eye for geometry. He feinted left, punched right, drove a wedge through the Persians, and once more, Darius fled. Alexander entered Babylon, then Susa, then Persepolis, the great cities of the east. In a moment of wine-fueled symbolism, or just drunken arrogance, he burned down Persepolis, the ceremonial capital of the Persian kings. Whether it was revenge for Xerxes burning Athens or simply a party gone wrong, the city went up in flames, and the Persian Empire was, effectively, over. Alexander now ruled from the Aegean to the Zagros Mountains, and yet he wasn't finished. Because really, how could he be? He was only 25. Chapter 12, Part 2. March east, crown yourself, cry later. Conquering Persia wasn't enough for Alexander. It had never been enough. Once the Persian Empire had fallen at his feet, he turned to his generals, dusty, blood-stained, exhausted, and said something to the effect of, "Right, let's keep going." Some surely smiled and nodded, some stared in horror. But no one said no. So onward they went, through Bactria, through Sogdiana, over crags and rivers, and through rebel ambushes and weddings. Alexander was now marrying local princesses with the enthusiasm of a man filling out a Pan-Hellenic sticker album. This was no longer a war of liberation, it was a quest, an epic, and occasionally a bit of a psychodrama. And it got personal. When a fortified city in the mountains refused to surrender, Alexander scaled the cliffs by night with his men, sneaking up like a divine spider. The enemy awoke to find Macedonian soldiers on top of their city's walls and promptly gave up. One of the captured local nobles was Oxyartes, and with him his daughter Roxana, said to be so beautiful that Alexander fell in love on sight and promptly married her. It was a political move, yes, but also a human one. It was one of Alexander's few sincere emotional attachments in the long trail of empires and corpses. Still, peace was never long-lived. In 328 BC, Cletus the Black, the same Cletus who had saved Alexander's life at Granicus, was drunkenly critical of the king's increasing obsession with Persian customs. He mocked the idea of divine honors. He reminded Alexander that Philip had done quite a lot before him, thank you very much. And Alexander, in a moment of impulsive, wine-drenched fury, killed Cletus with a spear. The room went quiet. Alexander went pale. He wept, raged, locked himself in his tent, and refused food. The conqueror of Asia had just slain one of his oldest friends with his own hand. It was a wound no doctor could treat and no battle could erase. But even grief didn't stop him. He turned toward India. In 327 BC, Alexander crossed the Hindu Kush. The world became lush, strange, and green. He entered the Punjab, where elephants thundered and kings wore gold on their eyelids. At the Hydaspes River, he faced King Porus, who brought elephants to battle. The Macedonians had never fought such beasts before. Alexander, being Alexander, crossed the river in a storm to take the enemy by surprise, drove wedges between the elephants, and won. Porus, when captured, was asked how he wished to be treated. "Like a king," he replied. And Alexander, ever the showman, granted his request, reinstated him, and made him an ally. But here, at the edge of the world, his army broke. The soldiers had had enough of elephants, jungles, monsoons, and marching for glory. They refused to go farther. Alexander sulked, pleaded, held ceremonies, cursed their lack of vision, and finally, he relented. He built altars at the Hyphasis River, marking the edge of his ambition, and turned back, bitter but undefeated. He took a new route back through the Gedrosian Desert, which turned out to be a kind of sand-blasted death trap. Men died in droves, horses collapsed, supplies vanished, the sea could not be seen, and Alexander for once looked very mortal. But survive he did. In 324 BC, he returned to Persia and held a grand ceremony at Susa. There, he orchestrated the so-called mass wedding. He and his officers married Persian noblewomen to show unity. Alexander married Statera, daughter of Darius, and persuaded or compelled his generals to do the same. He was now not just king of Macedon or conqueror of Persia, but emperor of a new world, a blend of East and West, forged by blood, vision, and an increasingly fragile dream. But fate wasn't done with him. In Babylon, in 323 BC, Alexander began planning his next conquest, Arabia, and possibly Rome itself. He fell ill after a banquet. Fever gripped him. For 10 days he worsened, and then he died. Age 32. The man who had crossed continents, fought dozens of battles without defeat, built cities, burned capitals, and bent the known world to his will, was gone. No one knew quite what had killed him. Fever, poison, exhaustion, the wrath of a god, historians have argued ever since, but death, at last, did what Darius and Porus and Roxana's beauty could not. It stopped him, and he left behind no plan for succession. Only a whisper to the strongest. Oh dear. Chapter 12, Part 3. When gods fall, their statues crackle loudly. Alexander's death was like dropping a thunderbolt into a lake. The ripples became tidal waves. Who would take over? He had a mentally unfit half-brother, Philip III, an unborn child, Alexander IV, still floating about in Roxana, and a camp full of sweaty generals with ambition levels somewhere between modest merchant and Olympian megalomaniac. The result? Chaos, of course, the sort the gods themselves would have sat back and watched with a bowl of pomegranate seeds. These generals, the Diadochi, or successors, tried initially to share power. One would serve as regent, another as guardian of the baby king. Another would govern this bit or that bit until it could be nicely handed back. It was all very well intentioned and about as sustainable as a wax roof in a thunderstorm. Soon, they were at each other's throats. Alliances shifted weekly, territories were traded, betrayed, and bombarded. Cities were sacked, temples plundered, old statues melted into new coins, and armies made of Macedonians, Persians, Greeks, and whatever else was at hand fought pitched battles for scraps of a once unified empire. Eventually, out of the carnage emerged three main Hellenistic dynasties, the great-grandchildren, ideologically speaking, of Alexander's world-spanning ambition. In the west, there was Antigonus the One-Eyed, and later his descendants, the Antigonids, ruling over Macedon and parts of Greece. They were constantly trying to keep the wily and willful Greek city-states in line. And let's be honest, it was a bit like herding cats. If the cats had hoplite spears and an orator named Demosthenes Jr. screaming about freedom every time someone tried to collect taxes. In the east, there were the Seleucids, founded by Seleucus, who grabbed everything from Babylon to the borders of India and said, "This will do nicely." His empire was vast, wealthy, and difficult to manage, like inheriting a mansion with 36 leaking roofs. Over time, parts of it peeled off like old paint. Parthia went its own way. Bactria declared independence, and the Seleucids found themselves fighting rebels with names that could double as riddles in an Oedipus play. And then Egypt. Glorious, golden, river-fed Egypt, snatched by Ptolemy, one of Alexander's closest friends, or half-brothers depending which gossipy historian you believe. He took the body of Alexander quite literally, and paraded it into Alexandria, a city Alexander had founded and Ptolemy had made his capital. The Ptolemies ruled Egypt as pharaohs, draped in diadems and linen and incest. Yes, incest. The Ptolemies loved keeping power in the family, sometimes a little too much. By the time we get to Cleopatra VII, yes, the Cleopatra, the royal tree was looking less like a family tree and more like a circular shrub. Still, these Hellenistic kingdoms did more than squabble and intermarry. They built cities, founded libraries, spread Greek language and culture from the Nile to the Indus. Alexandria in Egypt became the jewel of the Mediterranean, home to the Great Library, the Lighthouse, and generations of philosophers, poets, and tinkerers who mapped the stars, measured the earth, and invented terrifying machines before breakfast. Greek art, architecture, and philosophy blossomed in Syrian Antioch, Babylonian Seleucia, and Bactrian Ai-Khanoum. This was Greece exported, stretched across continents, soaked in incense and blended with Persian, Egyptian, and Indian ingredients. But back in Greece proper, the city-states never quite accepted Macedonian rule. Athens, Sparta, Thebes, well, what was rebuilt of it. Corinth, they muttered, they grumbled, they occasionally rebelled, but they never regained their full independence. They formed leagues, the Achaean and Aetolian, as if hoping that if they pooled their post-Alexander hangovers, something like freedom might bubble up again. Mostly, they just exhausted each other. And while they squabbled, Rome rose. Aha, Rome, the upstart from the west, less elegant than the Greeks, less mystical than the Persians, but terrifyingly practical, like a butcher who also wins spelling bees. Rome began expanding, swallowing Italy whole, then looking eastward across the Ionian Sea and thinking, that looks familiar. At first, the Greeks didn't worry. Rome was barbaric, they said, no poetry, no sculpture worth mentioning, they didn't even dilute their wine. But Rome was persistent. In the early 2nd century BCE, Rome fought the Macedonian Wars. They took on Philip V of Macedon, an Antigonid, beat him, then took on Perseus, his unfortunately named son, and beat him too at Pydna in 168 BCE. This was the battle where the famed Macedonian phalanx was finally outmaneuvered by the Roman legion, proving once and for all that flexibility beats the porcupine when wielded by someone with a sharp brain and better boots. Rome didn't burn everything immediately. No, it was patient. Divide, ally, conquer, repeat. The Greek city-states welcomed Roman generals one year and begged them to leave the next. When the Achaean League dared to rebel in 146 BCE, Rome finally lost patience. The Roman general Lucius Mummius marched into Corinth, one of Greece's oldest and richest cities, and leveled it. Statues were looted. Art was melted down. The city was burned to ash. Greece, after centuries of defying empires, was now a Roman province. The gods had fled, the heroes had died, the plays were being performed in Latin. And yet, something strange happened. The Romans, those thuggish engineers of empire, fell in love with Greek culture. They read Homer, they studied Plato, they copied Greek statues and put them in their gardens. They gave Roman names to Greek gods but worshipped them all the same. Zeus became Jupiter, Hera became Juno, Hermes became Mercury, and Dionysus, most popular of all, became Bacchus, and was carried into every Roman wine cellar and poetry slam. Greek philosophy, particularly Stoicism, became the intellectual backbone of Rome's elite. Greek rhetoric trained Roman senators. Greek architects inspired Roman temples and forums. The Roman poet Horace summed it up neatly. Captive Greece took captive her fierce conqueror. In other words, the Greeks lost the war, but won the culture war. And still, for all the intellectual admiration, the political reality remained. Greece was no longer free. Not really, not for centuries, not when the Byzantines ruled or when the Ottomans took over. Greece became a memory of itself, buried under centuries of conquest, pilgrimage, and postcard philosophy. Only in 1830, after revolutions and blood and music and fire, did modern Greece rise again as an independent nation. 2,000 years, more than 20 centuries after the last Greek king had bowed before Rome, the country that had invented democracy, philosophy, and the tragically ironic third act, stood once again with a flag of its own. It had taken a while, but Greece, like Odysseus, had finally come home. And somewhere in the ruins of old Thebes, under the dust of Corinth, above the scrolls of Alexandria, you can still hear a whisper, Hera, rejoice, you're back.